technological editor for export with an experience of over 50 years in trade fairs. Due to the consequences of the current sanitary situation, we couldn't let it go without giving a contribution for the current moment. So in the meanwhile, Brazil Export Magazine feels compelled to support the virtual forum Brazil Affairs. We are going to now talk about many foreign trade topics such as trade shows, agribusiness, and other sectors and services with good surprises, bringing surprises to the international and domestic markets. We are sponsored by Apex Brazil, Field Attraction, Francal FEIRAS, WTM International, and Evento International Logistics. And now to start with our forum, we would like to call Claudio Pinheiro, editor of Brazil Export Magazine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening to our foreign lecturers. We are now starting the second half of our forum, which will be talking about two relevant topics that are complementary: foreign trade and trade shows. We would like to invite the participants to visit the pit stop space and virtual booths. You can pick the best moment during the next 15 days. Our exhibit area will be open to visitation, and there you can take a look at all the new things that are going to be presented to you at your own leisure. Foreign trade of any country is one of the main tools used for the resumption of economic growth after a crisis. This trade, therefore, is extremely important considering the current scenario. Therefore, being the main topic of our forum. As we know, the pandemic has weakened world trade, reducing trade among countries, and taking into consideration that the resumption of international business is very close, our forum will be considering how it's going to be done and how intensively it's going to be done. Regarding Brazil, foreign trade is still good due to agribusiness, which has had significant production, ignoring the ill effects of the pandemic. In March of this year, we had a growth in the amounts exported for agribusiness of almost 30% in comparison to the same month last year, which is very good news and leads us to have a good forecast for the trade balance in the country in 2021. The main challenge for the expansion of Brazilian exports as a whole is in the insertion of industrialized products in the international market. The international market has been very difficult and very competitive. These facts are also going to be a topic of our forum. Our event will also highlight trade shows, considered to be one of the main tools for fostering trade, commerce, and foreign trade. The advantages of these events to those who participate in them are very important for the growth of their business and modernization of their products. The pandemic has severely affected this segment, this industry, since it is based on interpersonal relationships, exchange of information, and viewing of the products, among other things. The importance of trade shows and the new formats due to the economic recovery that is near are also going to be topics talked about in this event. Thank you very much. So now we are going to hear about the 10 advantages of the new hybrid events. I would like to invite Raúl Kayema to talk about that. Good morning, everyone.
De Fruit Attraction, la Feria Profesional de Frutas y Hortalizas de Madrid. Gracias por la invitación.
Thank you for the invitation to participate in this forum, Virtual Brazil Affairs.
De abril del año 2021. En primer lugar, un mensaje de agradecimiento a los organizadores, deseando que ustedes, sus familias y su entorno profesional se encuentren perfectamente de salud, deseando verles presencialmente en Fruit Attraction 2021, que se celebrará del 5 al 7 de octubre en estos 8 pabellones, porque ya tenemos muchas ganas de ver cómo se reactiva la situación y, por supuesto, monitorizando la información y el estado de la vacunación a nivel mundial, que supuestamente en agosto ya estará vacunado el 70% de la población en Europa, lo cual quiere decir que es el 90% de la población profesional, y desde luego el certificado internacional de vacunación será el que permitirá esta movilidad entre los diferentes países. Con toda esta información, desde luego estaremos en condiciones de celebrar presencialmente al 100% Fruit Attraction en Madrid del 5 al 7 de octubre. Una feria que reunió en la última edición a más de 90.000 profesionales de 127 países y 1.800 empresas expositoras de 58 países, en un crecimiento que ha venido a lo largo de los años siendo cada vez más y más importante, y un espacio en el que en este año 2021 Brasil volverá a ser el país invitado en Fruit Attraction 2021. El objeto de esta presentación de hoy es hablar sobre el significado de la hibridación de un evento profesional. Desde luego no está aún claro para nadie qué significa exactamente hibridar un evento. Lo que dice la industria de los eventos es que un evento híbrido es una reunión que combina presencialidad face to face con aspectos digitales en un marco, en un espacio en el que se mezcla lo presencial con la tecnología. Para el año 2021 y 2022, el 75%
and 2022,
de los organizadores de eventos
of the
están
event
planteando hacer
organizers
eventos
are
híbridos.
planning to do hybrid events. Only 5% are thinking of doing it only in person. The rest is planning to do it only virtually. Therefore, there is a major opportunity, a big window of opportunity, which we are going to be explaining to you in the next slides. When we talk about hybridization of an event, we talk about having a physical event, but when we talk about hybridization, we are potentiating and opening more opportunities for in-person events due to technology. Technology helps to enrich the functionalities of an in-person event. adding to the experience of the customer and the exhibitor. So the strategy is in the intersection of these events. You're not going to have an off event or an on event. The idea is to have this middle ground. The concept comes from the intersection of physical and digital, and that is what's going to give us a good result. And what is not a hybrid event? A hybrid event is not an event that takes place online and in person elsewhere. It's not the digitalization of the show or the digitalization of the surrounding spaces that are not communicating. And it's also not streaming a workshop or a session. A hybrid event is indeed an extension and a new value proposition that will enrich the physical event due to technology, and that will have new functionalities, bringing down borders and time. The idea is the intersection and this strategy on-off that will allow us to enjoy this new format. So welcome to a new era with this new phygital events, this new path, these smart events. And when we talk about those, we're talking about digitizing the different functions of the event, not digitizing the event itself, but the functions of an event, which are basically generating networking, creating meeting grounds for the companies so that they can convert into possibilities of business and sale, and providing the participating brands places where they can be highlighted, branded, where they can provide information. Those are the ideas behind the event. So the idea is not digitizing a booth, converting it into a digital booth, but actually digitizing the functions of an event so that it can go from a physical event that would take place over 3 or 4 days and transforming it into an event that would be open 24 hours a day for 5 days a year, with a community that is constantly in touch through a platform that will be converted into a new tool for work. So in geographical terms and in time terms, you would be bringing down the barriers of time and geography. That being one of the keys that will help us understand this hybrid model for events, providing greater scalability, allowing us to grow our audience, and creating impactful possibilities through which event organizers are going to be able to offer their customers new possibilities. These new tools will be permanent in order to reach those goals, generating impacts, generating sales, and generating communication. So these are the new keys for growth and to be able to compete in the domestic and international markets. Now we are competing in terms of geography and time. Therefore, this is going to be a new reference for the industry. So the new proposal is to have them exclusively in person, but with everything that happened over the past year, where technology has become part of our lives in a more permanent way, and the day-to-day, that's going to be a new way of working, of consuming, of selling, of having a relationship. And so we must adapt to this new way of life, where the customization of the event is accessible from wherever and whenever you want on the part of the customer. This is a permanent value proposition, which will preclude these in-person meetings, because the attributes of an in-person meeting would be present in this digital event, allowing us to bring everything that's needed to the event. Before, the exhibitors were the protagonists of any event, but now the visitors within this community are also going to become visible, and therefore are going to be capable of choosing to become protagonists, customizing. So we are not talking about a virtual trade show, but a transitional community that is constantly in touch through a platform, thanks to a brand, in this case, Fruit Attraction. This is a new reality, a new trend, and we must be capable of embracing it. So we have several to-dos that we need to start considering. We must have specific marketing campaigns for the virtual audience throughout this virtual digital scenario. We have to create new booth online experiences through professional digital presenters with new formats for engagement to engage supply and demand. We can have online roundtables, workshops, live Q&A sessions, sponsorship sessions, traditional speaker sessions, panel discussions. All of those experiences are interesting. Also, exploring this new relationship where the organizer would be able to provide business opportunities for imports and exports. And it's also interesting that the physical trade show would be able to bring this kind of calendar of activities to the digital. We also have simultaneous translation capacities, which would allow us to bring different types of visitors and professional audiences that will be able to consuming content from the trade show through these campaigns, through the coordinators at different points during the day, which is much different from what we had in the physical events. So this physical digital events, we have like this very first instance of that kind of event with the first professional platform that has been created for that. And in practice, that means that from the 5th to the 7th of October, we are going to be having our live event, but before and after, we are going to be organizing and bringing in touch this professional community within the Live Connect platform. Also, when we talk about the hybridization of an event, we have a new value proposition. The access to different areas will be provided within the platform itself. We'll also be able to get accreditation for access through our mobile phones. We'll be able to scan QR codes with the profiles of the visitors within the platform. That would be our new business cards that could be scanned. So that person could become part of your networking. You can watch and organize the management of your event on the platform beforehand, before the event, and also after the event. You will be able to network with the whole community that is present in the platform in Live Connect, because 90% of the visitors are going to be inserted in this community. This is going to be a new work tool. We're also going to make available slots for meetings. People are going to be able to request meetings, and that's going to be accessible for the audience. We are going to have a directory of fruit and vegetable offers for participating companies. A catalog for the trade show will be within the platform. We are not going to have any more paper-based catalogs. These are going to be replaced by a smart, more enriching model. Definitely, you're going to have the digital participation and also a digital twin of an in-person participation within the platform. So I remain available to any questions that you may have. And I thank you once again for your interest and fruit attraction. Thank you very much.
Our many thanks to RAÚL CALLEJA, the Managing Director at IFEMA. Now, Mr. ABDALA Jabil ABDALA, he's the Chairman of Francal. The topic is trade shows, the driver for business and economic development. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this event where we will bring some details about business trade shows. Business trade shows started in the 16th century, where they would swap products. And as time went by, and in Germany in 1800, a large business center was created in which places from near or far visited trade shows in Frankfurt, and they decided to generate business there. And this sector has succeeded in a very active and significant manner in the global economy. And today we have in Brazil a very strong, exuberant trade show environment that not only meets the Brazilian market, but also caters to the international market. The trade shows held in Brazil are visited by millions of thousands of buyers, people who interact with what the trade shows are exhibiting, not just products, but also information, technology, and especially they each come looking for new opportunities to find new suppliers or even shake hands with the supplier that they only see once a year at a trade show. So the trade show really does bring great ways to build relationship and generate business. In the international landscape, it's no different. In developed countries such as Germany, the United States, and Italy, in which the main trade shows happen around the world, the entire sector is exhibited very well, not only through the launchings, but also exchanging information focused on new technologies. And here in Brazil, we're not different. The trade shows that take place today in Brazil, without a doubt, in addition to exhibit products, excellent products that will be in the markets in most cases, they also offer great content to develop the companies, both those who are visiting and those who come to learn and open their own businesses. So trade shows, without a doubt, are a very important tool for the economy around the world and also in Brazil. In a recent study in 2019, before the pandemic, the Brazilian Association of Events and Business Trade Shows conducted a study showing that in the state of São Paulo, the results from trade shows generate 305 billion BRLs. And this accounts for 4.6% of the Brazilian GDP. Each visitor that comes to São Paulo and each exhibitor generates in that city, in the chain around the trade show, about 16.3 billion businesses per year. So it's a very active sector, very strong sector, and extremely straightforward in the interaction of business. In 2019, we had 742 trade shows taking place in the state of São Paulo. If we expand that to what happened in Brazil, we had more than 1,000 trade shows. Here in the state of São Paulo, we had about 8.2 million people visiting trade shows, with 66.5 million, 665,000 people in the trade shows in Sao Paulo. This accounts for more than 3 million square meters used for these trade shows. As I said, the trade shows bring an opportunity that is unique to build relationships, to discover new suppliers, to discover new clients, and also the amazing contact that improves the performance of each company that is participating, either as an exhibitor or as a visitor. And this, in the international landscape, is no different. I have no doubt that the trade shows that Brazil was part of with Brazilian products around the world generated great business opportunities for exports. And so you know the size of this, we carry out a study by the Foreign Trade Association that for $1 billion exported, that accounts for almost 50,000 jobs generated. And the trade shows that happen overseas, the Brazilians who go there to visit, Brazilian companies as well, as independent visitors, they learn how the sector is doing in terms of technology, in terms of novelties, to actually bring subsidies for their companies and a clear and straightforward, assertive development for their business. And I have a personal experience in the sector where my company works at, which is shoes, that has already exported about 1,200,000,000 US dollars. And our company, Francal, had a very successful participation when we conducted trade shows in Latin America, joining Brazilian shoemakers to countries such as Argentina, Chile, Venezuela, Colombia, and many others. And the companies that participated, showing their products there, were able to have great business opportunities in the neighboring countries. And in Latin America, that's a great market for Brazilian shoes. Not only Brazilian companies taking their products to their countries, and now buyers from those countries who visit the Brazilian trade shows. The same happens with other sectors and other countries, because whatever you seek in terms of the international market brings results in terms of exports, interactivity with what is happening around the world, and also bringing technology to be deployed in our businesses. And today, we're going through very difficult times during this pandemic. Unfortunately, the study that was carried out in 2019, the numbers today are extremely lower than those in 2019. And very few trade shows happened in the year of 2020. Very few trade shows. And we're working strongly to reopen or resume this sector, because definitely trade shows taking place makes the economy move along in a positive way. And not only the trade show in terms of what is negotiated there, but that generates business for our economy. The cities that host the trade shows also benefit with the entire chain. The entire chain benefits greatly in terms of hotels, air transportation, restaurants, culture. The whole city becomes busy, moving positively, bringing very important economic results for those places that host the events. Consequently, trade shows are a huge factor to generate business, not only among those who exhibit and visit, but also for the entire chain that we call tourism, for the city, and also for the suppliers of the trade shows, be them the people who do the cleaning, to who work in the booths that assemble the trade show. So it's a very active sector, generating jobs, generating business, and bringing social stability that unfortunately today, during these times, we are being challenged. We need to resume, because trade shows since the 16th century already showed to be a huge business driver. And in the globalized world, it represents everything that was considered in the 16th century in a much more active, grandiose way, because businesses, jobs are the way to bring peace of mind, not only for those who work in this industry, but for the entire population, because it brings social stability. I'm very thankful for being part of this event, and I'm sure that when our trade shows resume in 2021, we will have very clear skies, and we will bring great business opportunities to Brazil and to Brazilian companies. And also for those international companies that sell in Brazil and bring their technologies. Thank you very much for being here. I thank you for your time. And I would like to thank Brazil Export Magazine for inviting me. Thank you very much. In an extremely competitive market, it is essential to look for ways to distinguish your business from the competitors. That's why we exist. We create opportunities for the entire market, industry, and retail. We build relationships between people. And for special holidays, we use more differentiated actions. But just to launch new products that meet the consumer's demands is not enough. It is necessary to adapt to the business to their wishes and desires, and offer new experiences for the consumer's daily life. We are specialists in generating and promoting business, anticipating technology trends and innovation. We connect industry with retail, and your company with your consumer. We are Francal FEIRAS, one of the largest and most traditional trade shows in Latin America. We provide a network of experiences for different segments, from small business to the largest companies in the country, at the right place and the right time. We connect people and businesses. So now let's see Ana Kreter. She is the manager at Kreter Events, Challenges and Opportunities for the Agro Industry in Europe. Ana, you have the floor. Hello, Claudio. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone who is watching us. First of all, Claudio, I would like to thank you for inviting me to be part of this forum as a speaker. It's a great honor for me. And also to talk about these products in social biodiversity, especially in Europe. I split this lecture in 4 parts. The first is to talk about the social biodiversity products, where they are. And we associate these products with some type of native plants that we have, be it more forest, like the Amazon forest, but also plants typical from the Brazilian savanna. Here I brought some examples of these products. Some are more well-known, like guarana and acai, but we also have others that are sold more regionally, like piqui, baru, and a special cashew from the savanna, products that we not always find all around the country. The idea of social biodiversity also has the concept of sustainability and how this management is done, who is in this production chain. And there's a very clear definition. I'm not going to read this definition again, but there's a very clear way of saying who is in this chain. Also, If we think about the current government in 2019, the bioeconomy and social biodiversity program in Brazil. This program has 5 pillars. One of them is this network of extractivism. What's important from this is that when we talk about bioeconomy, there's not just one definition. It's an umbrella under which we place several topics, and one of them is the social biodiversity. So considering social biodiversity and Brazil's plants and vegetation, we have a huge potential to sell these products. How should we structure ourselves, and what are the key markets that we could act on? We could think about these products of social biodiversity with the superfoods, which is a new trend, not only outside of Brazil, but also in Brazil, eating foods with a higher nutritional value that are less processed. And how is this market? Actually, this market exists for some time. It's not a new market, but it's a market that is growing. There are many estimates. This is a 7% growth estimate, but some say that this growth can reach 15% per year. And we're not just talking about fruit and vegetables, but nuts also. It's a series of products. The most closer to us are those two. And there's a very nice share of the market if we think about selling. Compared to others, it's still small, but if we consider 10 years ago and how it is today, the outlook is for an increase. And who consumes these products? The main market for superfoods is North America, more specifically the United States. Right close to them is Europe. So if we consider Europe and United States, that accounts for more than 50% of the market. So it's interesting because when we think of how these Brazilian products today are reaching the European market, it still is a low percentage compared to its possibilities.
And so I am also bringing you a map to show you how this is structured. What are the regions that are the highest consumption regions nowadays? And we can clearly see that Europe and North America, Canada, and the United States are the highest consumption regions, which doesn't mean that other regions don't have consumption. In Brazil, there is a large movement in terms of organic foods and more awareness on how to eat, but this line also increases the demand for the superfoods. The fact that there is high consumption in these countries or in these regions in green does not mean that there is not a potential for the increase of this market. Thinking about Europe, which would be the countries that we would have a chance to trade the most with? Well, these would be the countries with the largest populations, and we are speaking of Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. Thinking, for example, of Germany and France as a market, as our main market, we are also speaking of over 50% of our target population, a very significant population, which is open to this type of market, to this type of product. And because of that, Institute made a study to try and understand what are the trends in Europe. What is it that people want to eat? So here you also have a series of foods. They had a trend with 50 points. We only have the 10 most important ones here in the slide, but there is a clear trend, a willingness to look for new foods, to find a better nutritional standard. And then we are talking also not only of the quality of the product, but the type of packaging. And if we are thinking that many of these people live by themselves, live alone. So if there is a smaller type of packaging, or perhaps, these people are buying larger quantities, if there is a possibility of creating your own product, something that exists in Europe, like mixing your own muesli with the ingredients that you like the best, that's already something that happens. So there is a number of criteria that could be considered, and in a way, the more exclusive the product can be, the better it is. Not that we're going to create a product for a specific person, but we would be allowing something that's more customized, allowing the consumer to perceive that they are choosing something that fulfills whatever need they have. And then we go on to our third point, which is how to understand these European markets. So we are going to be talking about the selection of fruit until the final product. And to that end, when we think about which fruit, and here I'm talking about fruit because of my other colleagues who were lecturing and we were focusing on fruit. So which fruit could we be thinking of to sell to the European market? Well, the first stage when we create a project like that, when we don't have a clear idea of what we are going to bring to the market, is to think about the possible fruits and do a pre-selection. This pre-selection generally happens according to the production structure, because there are dozens of fruits available in Brazil, but which ones could be could be having a scale production to fulfill a specific demand, for example. In addition to that, there are other criteria that we could be thinking of. For example, right now, Europe would like to have a product that is higher in carbohydrates. So which of these fruit or products that we have available in Brazil could be fulfilling this requirement, or something with more fiber? So this pre-selection is to consider the wealth of products that we have and create a sample. In the sample, we would do a second selection, and the second selection would be connected to this criteria of taste, or what the market would like to consume. And in that sense, before defining the fruit, it's interesting to conduct market research to understand what people would be able or would be willing to consume, how they want to consume that, and how much they want to pay for it. Because after all, it's also important to understand the price points. So with this fruit, we would create a prototype, and this prototype would be the product prototype that would be tested in the market. This prototype is paramount in order for us to test and understand better what the previous research showed us: a small packaging, something savory, or something that's sold as a mix. So all of those criteria, have they been fulfilled in my prototype? And then we can launch it into the market. And then from there, we go to our final product, our end product that is going to be marketed. So here I'm showing you how we pick the consumer. This is a summary of how we do that. We could have our three main factors, the psychological factors, sensory factors, and also marketing factors. So we know that even if we are talking about Europe, we don't have a single product that is preferred by every country in Europe. There are major cultural differences and also major taste differences between the countries. And we would have to think if it's for a household of a single person or for a larger family. So these will all be variations within these three elements. But what I put in the slide here are the considerations that we make when thinking about a product. What does it look like? How is it packaged? What does it taste like? What is the color of this product? So all of these are attributes for this consumer to be able to pick our product in lieu of a third-party product. And finally, and this would be a step if we were thinking about our tunnel, that would be an initial step, also initial stage, but I wanted to highlight that, is how do we do the fruit selection? I talked about some characteristics before, but an important characteristic that must be considered is to check if this product could be easily replaceable in Europe, or if it's an exclusive product, something nobody ever has offered before. And also a very important factor is if it can be sold to Europe right away, or if there are any barriers, and if these barriers can be overcome, because it's no use to have a wonderful product if it cannot go to market. And from then on, we would be thinking about production. We would be thinking about production and processing, all of the steps in the chain, including logistics, in order to structure and stabilize it until we come to a complete product that could be exported. And something interesting about that is, where am I going to benefit this product? Where is it going to be processed? Is it going to be done in Brazil? Is it going to come already packaged, or is it going to be transported as a raw material to be processed in Europe? So all of this information needs to be structured and thought about so that we can go forward. And here we have a very simple example, the baru nut. On the left, you have the baru in natura, in its original state. The baru nut produces one nut per fruit, and that's one of the things that leads the price of baru to be high, because you have to break the shell, and that's heavy work. So you could offer it salty. There is a mix of nuts. There is the possibility of including baru in this nut mix. We could create a flour to mix in other dishes. We could use it for heavy calorie diets. Baru has a high calorie value that's being studied to become part of a line of products for heavy calorie diets for specific treatments. And you also have the baru oil. And so how to overcome the challenges? Well, I have 2 additional slides to talk about what are the main challenges that we face. The European Union is our second largest market, as we've seen. And so I was taking a look at a Valor Econômico newspaper who was publishing a study by CNI where they talk about the main bottlenecks for the Brazilian production sector or production industry. China is the main market for Brazil. Europe is the second market, but there is a number of challenges to Brazilian agricultural products. And among those barriers, the main barriers would be sanitary and phytosanitary barriers. So if there is an issue with this kind of product, then we are clearly talking about fruit here, it would be the sanitary and phytosanitary type barriers. And so what would be our main challenges when we think of it? When we think about trading with Europe, we think about export tariffs that could be very high depending on the product. The sanitary and phytosanitary barriers, we are talking about certain diseases in production areas or the presence of any kind of residue or waste that's still very common among the products that don't make it into the European Union, and also the quality of the product and the maintenance of the quality of the product that is hard in agribusiness because the fulfillment of deadlines, we see that these are the main challenges we're talking about here. And what would be the situation post-pandemic? We're still in the middle of the pandemic, and when we started following this up, we all thought that the pandemic wouldn't last till 2021. But anyway, what we realized was that potentially when we look back, these moments of crisis are moments where the markets close down. So perhaps there is a huge demand for a certain type of product, but they cannot interfere with domestic production. So in countries where we realized there is a competition, probably in these countries, we are going to have to make more of an effort to place Brazilian products. So with that, I close and I'm making myself available. Here are my contacts. For those who don't know, I live in Germany and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have or whatever you need. Thank you, Claudio. Good afternoon.
Great, Ana.
Thank you, Ana. Alex Amorim from CESEX, perspective of Brazilian foreign trade and issues related to global commerce. Alex.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm currently Adjunct Subsecretary of International Businesses here at the Secretary of Foreign Trade. It's a pleasure to be here with such a prestigious audience, deeply involved in foreign trade. Here at the Secretary, we work with through 3 pillars. It's one of the building pillars of the restructuring of the Brazilian economy, and we could call about several reforms, social security, and foreign trade is part of that. So I want to bring this wider scope. We're talking about the micro cosmos specific cases, but now I'm bringing a more macro or high level understanding of the Brazilian government. Basically, we consider that the Brazilian economy is not very much exposed to international stimuli. So I would like to bring some examples. I'm going to share my screen with some international insertion indicators for Brazil. This is the share of foreign trade. I'm considering both goods and services in the percentage of the GDP. It achieved 29% in 2019. And only 4 or 5 countries have a percentage in their GDP higher than that. I highlighted the United States here because in fact, they do have a smaller share, but we're also talking about a market that has a GDP 11 times greater than the Brazilian market. So even if it's only 3% lower than Brazil, it's a set of figures that are much higher than the Brazilian numbers. This indicator is essential when we evaluate Brazil's participation in the international stimuli. Also, we also consider that the import tariff that is common in Mercosur has an average that is higher than that of the rest of the world. We're talking about 13.4%, which is our average, compared to about 9% in other countries. And this distortion is not seen just in the average, it's also seen in specific cases. Our tariffs on capital goods, the average is around those 13%, while the global tariff for those products is equal to 5%. So this results in less access of our production to cheaper raw material, to machinery, and to new technologies to increase our productivity. So that's what the Brazil cost is about. The greatest insertion of the Brazilian economy in the global market will make companies to have better access to these technologies and inputs, and will increase competitiveness in the domestic market, which will cause competitiveness and innovation. The benefits are not just restricted to the productive sector, but to entire society. So consumers would benefit with cheaper products, greater variety of products on the shelves. And so I go back to those 3 pillars of our agenda, which is to modernize Mercosur, reduce non-tariff barriers to international trade, and expanding the free trade agreements with other countries. I'm going to go through these 3 pillars, which will make this macro vision more clear and how CSEX can have a positive impact on the foreign trade agenda. So to modernize the Mercosur, Mercosur was created in 1991. And in the past few weeks, we had several celebrations for its anniversary. It's an institutional, it has its own life and complex governance. There are 4 countries that are active: Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. So these partners are not equal. They have different productive processes. So looking on the trade side and looking backwards, we notice that throughout these 30 years, Mercosur had a moderate efficacy in integrating the production chains among these 4 countries. And the greatest example is the automotive sector that is more or less integrated in these 4 countries, producing spare parts and the end products, selling them in these 4 countries. However, throughout these 30 years, Mercosur was not able to conduct an international integration process of these 4 countries with the rest of the world. So for that point of view, modernizing Mercosur is one of those pillars of the Foreign Trade Secretariat. So first of all, Mercosur needs to adjust and adapt to the free trade agreements and trade agreements with European Union and other places in the world that were very ambitious in previous chapters, and Mercosur has to follow that. Mercosur also has to adjust its rules to allow greater integration in the value chains. And Mercosur has to include products that are not part of the free trade agreements. And the key element to modernize Mercosur is a reform on the external common tariff. That tariff was established in 1995, and ever since it hasn't had any type of reform. So this tariff that accounts for our import tax reflects a productive structure of 25 years ago. And a reform is a priority of SEC's agenda. So we're in a healthy debate so we can reach a consensus among the members so we can deliver this reform as soon as possible. The second pillar of the success is reducing non-tariff barriers for international trade. The Ministry of Economy has been making an effort to make trade easier, to obtain greater efficiency of the state action in international trade, in imports and exports. The action that had greatest impact was the single portal of foreign trade. The new export process is already in effect since 2018 and reduced substantially the average times of export from 13 days to 6.5 days. The import process is still being implemented, but the expectations of the Ministry of Economy is to conclude it by 2021. Another important initiative is revision of the import licenses. Since 2019, there was a significant reduction of the number of licenses, which represent lower cost, lower time for foreign trade. And lastly, the last pillar is the expansion of the free trade area in these four countries. Brazil had concentrated its integration in multilateral countries, and especially Latin America and Mercosur countries. So for the past years, since 2019, 2018, to have higher integration with the multilateral trade agreements with the rest of the world. So in the past years, Brazil tried to boost this agenda and negotiate these agreements with Mercosur and other countries with expressive results as of 2018. So we negotiated non-tariff products with Chile, also with Canada, South Korea, Singapore. 2019, we concluded automotive agreements with Argentina, an automotive agreement with Paraguay, and we concluded negotiations with European Union and with AFTA. In 2020, a protocol was signed of trade with the United States to make trade easier, regulatory framework rules, and also heavy duty vehicles with Mexico. So I'm going to show you a map of these negotiations that are ongoing at the moment. The agreements that Mercosur has And blue, the part in blue are the free trade agreements that are concentrated in Latin America, especially South America. And our agenda of negotiations is very comprehensive. In purple, European Union and EFTA, ongoing negotiations with Canada, Singapore. In yellow, the agreements, differential trade agreements that we have. They're not free trade agreements, but we have preferential negotiations with Mexico, Austral, Africa, India. And in lighter green, these are potential fronts that Mercosur is analyzing as new opportunities. Central America, United Kingdom, Vietnam, and Indonesia. This map also shows, this chart also gives you an idea of how much this represents in figures. Brazil has access to 8%, preferential access to 8% of global imports, while other countries have access that are much higher. So hoping that the Mercosur European Union agreement is signed as soon as possible, this index of preferential access would multiply. Therefore, I can also mention the trade agreements. I don't think we're going to have time to speak about them one by one. I'm going to focus on the European Union negotiation that was already concluded. But the agreement itself is also being reviewed to be signed, and we have important political impressions of countries from the European Union. The negotiation ended in 2019 and 2020. We built the political cooperation pillars, and this agreement already brought benefits by itself. It helped finish the conclusions with ECTA, internal reforms at Mercosur, like facilitating trade signed within Mercosur countries. So the Brazilian government is following closely these initiatives on the political side, but they're not one single voice. There are also some voices in favor to the agreements. Some ministers from Portugal, Spain, Italy, Czech Republic, and other countries signed an important document expressing their support for the agreement and send it to the European Union Secretariat. So what happens is that these political manifestations are not in the legal framework of signing the agreement. They're not part of the process to rectify the agreement. They're just political manifestations. So the government expectations is for that we can go through the normal legal processes and procedures this year, maybe next year. And we will sign and rectify this agreement, which will be essential to insert the Brazilian economy in that region. At your disposal to answer any questions you may have, and later during our discussion panel at 5 p.m. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. Lisandro Vieira, CEO of WTM International. How can Brazil play a leading role in exporting surfaces? You have the floor.
Good afternoon. How are you? Here is Lisandro Vieira from WTM Brazil. Good afternoon for those who are in Brazil. Good evening for those in Spain. It's an honor to be here at the Forum Virtual Brazil Affairs. I'd like to congratulate the magazine team for the event. This event is a great success, and we are going to have the pleasure of coming back to physical events in the next following years. I have been invited to speak on how Brazil can become a leader or play a leading role in export service. We are not in a leading role right now, so I'm going to try to talk to you about the fact that we have an export agenda that's focused on products and tangible goods, and the services are not being promoted not only by the government, but also they are not being promoted by the different organizations that are focusing all their efforts into one industry in detriment of others. And we have to wake up to this new reality. Technology is no longer a trend, hasn't been a trend for a while. The most valuable companies in the world are technological companies, and Brazil, unfortunately, is taking a backseat on that. So I like to draw a little comparison. How many tons of soy a producer must sell in order to buy an iPhone? In 2019, in Brazil, a Brazilian producer would need to produce and sell 6.5 tons of soy to be able to buy the most modern iPhone. That varies from country to country, but kilogram of soy is around 50 cents of dollar. A kilo of an iPhone would be around $13,000, considering the price of the device in comparison to its weight. But what is most important, and I don't want to compare a tangible good in terms of technology with an intangible good in terms of technology. What really matters on the iPhone is the device itself, the tangible good itself, because we used to buy phones to make calls, but nowadays things are so changed that we find it strange to get a call. We now use those devices to listen to music, for streaming services, for hiring services like food and transportation, to make an appointment at our doctor. So we use a tangible good mainly for consumption. Can you imagine how many technology and how many services do we consume starting from a device? We now have like the mobile, but we also have smart TVs, tablets, computers, different ways of consuming products and technology, starting with a tangible good. So I'm wondering what we need for Brazil to realize that we are staying behind. Our desk used to be full of things and things hanging on the walls as well, but that all has gone away. A few decades ago, our desks were filled with different devices and stuff that all became software and spreadsheets and anything from photography to newspaper, everything that used to lead to jobs. All of those physical industries have been impacted, and a new industry has been created geared towards software and technologies. And it seems that we here in Brazil haven't quite realized yet that this is a movement that's happening. All our discussion as an industry, all the entities that are talking to the government, who are the ones that have strength with the Brazilian administration, are industrial companies. And even in the software and technology, when we speak about that, even though we've changed administrations, Brazil seems to be still in the era of national champions. We have few software companies calling or grabbing the attention of the government, but we have several centers in different states of Brazil. There are many centers where we don't have major industry, but we have major technology centers that are receiving not enough support from the government. There are no new policies that are going to foment that industry. That's not a potential that's being well taken care of or taken advantage of. When we talk about tangible goods, they are no longer the focus. The focus now is on the experience, on the services that could be consumed or hired from these tangible goods. We are talking about newer generations. Now the young people no longer want to own a car or own a home. They don't want to lay roots on a specific place. The consumer profile has changed, and now people prefer to hire a car service, a transportation service like an Uber, or, you know, we see car manufacturers creating leasing services so that people could own that vehicle temporarily. They don't need to actually own it. They can just lease it. They just want to use the commodities and services. That's already part of the DNA of this younger generation. And many countries haven't realized that. And Brazil is one of those. We can see our external accounts. We had a deficit of $50 billion. And our service account, $35 billion in terms of deficit. And that's reality. That has nothing to do with the pandemic or any other variables, because historically, Brazil has never had a leading role in technology. So we don't have any possibility in the near future of overcoming that. Recently, I was visiting certain centers in the United States, in Peru also. Mexico is also investing in their startups. And I'm going to give you an example that comes from India. Here is a recent story of how much Brazil is going to be exported, 43 billion in terms of soy, but India exported $128 billion in 2020 in software. So focusing on education, they are exporting 3 times more in software than us in soy. So how long has been India working and investing on that? And for how long has Brazil given some of those services as third-party services to India? Zoom, the app that we are using to connect, even in events such as this, Zoom is now worth more than the 7 major airlines worldwide. And if we stop to think about it, Zoom is not a software with some major groundbreaking technology that could have been created here in Brazil. Why don't we have a Zoom? Why isn't Brazil a leader in technology that could, become a rising star? So I'm going to try and give you my modest contribution. We have IT market here grossing 40 billion reais in 2019, but it's still a shy effort. We have the potential for much more. And here to give you some ideas how to improve the business environment for service and technology industry. We need to have a governmental structure that's dedicated to service and technology exports. Before, we used to have MEDIC, and that worked with the Ministry of Finance, and that all was put together or amalgamated into the Ministry of Economy. It's wonderful that they are trying to shrink the governmental services, but that was not good for us. Before, we had a ministry focused on foreign trade, and there are different secretariats under that. We had a secretariat for services and technology, and they created a system called SyscoServe that used to measure statistics for buying and selling. And it, of course, it was old after 8 years, but then it was abruptly closed down, shut down. So we could have discontinued that and still have that for the industry, but in areas such as service and technology, these different companies in the corners of Brazil could be mapped, identified, and supported to receive different incentives and fostering and public policy that's not aiming towards that industry. And so the services are now under SESEX. They do not have a vocation for services. They deal with foreign trade. Foreign trade people in Brazil, they are thinking about ships and airplanes. And of course, this is all foreign trade, but it's not something focusing on services, pure services or technology services. When SyscoServe became under SESEX, they showed that they didn't understand why that was done and how to manage it, and it was just shut down. It should have been directed towards an area that thinks of a strategy to the services industry. We haven't been created new policy in this segment. So all of these different bodies, they are suffering heavy influence that is detrimental to the service industry. The industrial services are sucking it all for themselves. For a long time, we have been talking about the service drawback versus the pure service drawback. Well, when we talk about service drawback, we are not talking about benefits for the service segment. We are thinking about benefits for the industry. So what are the services consumed by the industry that impact the chain? To consider the import of those services that are consumed by the industry. What's wrong about that? Nothing. Of course, this should be already happening, but that was appropriated by a certain segment, the industrial segment, and we're thinking about services as something of a collateral service. And there is a world outside of the industry. There is technology, there are businessmen and employees who are fighting to survive with very little governmental support, with no political basis. So why shouldn't we create a drawback for pure services, technology services? We have 30, 40, 50% possibility of developing technology or a new app. Why are we paying 40 or 50% of taxes on a technology portal? If they could be exporting that, a game, a software, why are we not thinking about that? And when we talk about that with the government, it's like if we are speaking Chinese, we are light years away of investing. We should be investing more to avoid double taxing. We have some recent examples of something that was approved in the Congress. We should fight with greater intelligence towards the import of technology. LinkedIn services, for example, linked to the credit card, cost 64% in terms of taxes. So all sorts of different taxes. And these technology giants come and do business in Brazil, but they don't have headquarters here. They come to sell and they do not have to provide any kind of invoicing here in Brazil, leaving all the burden of taxes to the Brazilian users. So the impact is that the national manufacturers of technology, when they are competing internationally, they are always going to be losing. There's always going to be at a disadvantage. Companies here in Brazil pay a lot more taxes than companies that come from abroad. Cloud sector is a good example of that. The biggest developer of cloud services only had a company set up in Brazil. From the tax standpoint, recently, they were not paying the same taxes as a Brazilian entrepreneur. So how can a Brazilian developer of a cloud service could survive if they would have to pay every single tax, while the largest supplier of cloud services in the world could provide services here to 90% of their customers without paying the taxes? So what is fair in all of that? So we have to open our eyes. We need to tax more smartly, because while the government and other entities don't do that, we are going to suffer with a silent movement that's already happening. We now have a lot of individuals who are exporting their services abroad. Well, and as long as we don't strengthen our companies, as long as we are not exporting software, we are going to be losing. They could be selling their services from here to Saudi Arabia, to the United States. The price of service here in Brazil is very low. So Brazilian companies are getting or facing more and more difficulties finding good software professionals, good development professionals, technology professionals. If we don't do better, we are always going to be importing technology that could be developed by Brazilian people that are actually developing it for companies that are headquartered out of Brazil and that sell the services without paying the taxes here in Brazil. So we have to rethink our strategy for the service segment. Thank you very much and see you next time. Thank you, Lisandro. Now, Rony Pimentel, representative of CNI, debureaucratization and making foreign trade easier, a vision of Brazil.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rony Pimentel. I work at the National Confederation of Industries, more specifically in diplomacy and competitiveness. I would like to greet all of those who are watching us at this forum sponsored by Brazil Export Magazine. It's a great satisfaction to participate and give the industry's point of view for such a sensitive topic. I would like to thank Mr. CLAUDIO Pinheiro, who invited me to be here. I would also like to thank the moderator and thank the entire industry community that is following us in this forum. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have. The idea here is to bring a little bit of the industry's view about debureaucratization and making trade easier. To start to talk about debureaucratization, it's important to highlight how this topic came to CNI and what we've been doing. We work as a tripod. On the one hand, every 2 years, we have a study, the challenge and opportunities for import, in which we identify that the customs and tariff issues are at the top of the concerns. We also have the industry's agenda published every year, bringing the key priorities identified in several axes by dialoguing with our basis. And one of these axes is exactly the one that addresses making trade easier. On the other end, we have two mechanisms of communication with the private sector. One of them is the business coalition to facilitate trade and careers with 100 entities, and the export competitiveness forum made by 60 largest export companies in the country. Our goal with this entire structure is to have faster procedures to export in sending the cargo and a modern bureaucracy-free foreign trade that really hinder the company's daily activities and affect our competitiveness. But what is the importance of this topic for the industry? How this has been discussed? Before OMC, the World Trade Organization, closed the PAC in Indonesia, we were looking for debureaucratization in Brazil. Many of the programs that we have here were discussed at CNI in 2010 to 2012, when WTO did that pact in Indonesia to show to the government the importance of Brazil taking those commitments that were being discussed. Initiatives of support to implement state programs like the ones I've mentioned were established and discussed by CNI ever since that time, 2010 to 2012. And based on what did we bet on that initiative? And we continue to make efforts for that agenda to make trade easier to advance in the country. In addition to looking for international references that could give grounds to our programs, we also looked at several instruments that aim at making our foreign trade easier and more modern. These diagnoses are always followed by recommendations that we establish with dialogue with our base. We calculate the economic impacts. For example, in terms of GDP, current trade, volume of exports, and other factors to show how these measures to make trade easier can increase Brazilian economy. In 2015, the CNI study pointed out that in average, Brazil took export cost of about 13% and imports 14% because of the delay in releasing the cargo. Today, we updated the study, and we will publish the new percentages for the current scenario and the impacts of the single portal in this new scenario. So what are these impacts? What does the portal bring in terms of gain for the Brazilian economy in the current scenario? That's just to show that this all helps to have better grounds of these numbers and show the complexity and importance to continue with the policies that were in the agenda, especially by appealing to the private sector. And what are our priorities in terms of making trade easier? As I said, with the diagnose that we have in hands, we've been interacting with our base by FCE to identify these points where CNI can act in this agenda. We can split the priorities in three parts. The first part is more towards organization and coordination. The second is more operational, and the third pillar is the external view. So on the institutional standpoint, the first priority of the industry is to implement and deployment with quality of the WTO's program. The Brazilian foreign trade agents want to feel the benefits of this agreement. We having transparent and predictable rules with legal safe security, including the best practices and reducing costs and eliminating the political competitiveness of tariffs and implementing technology solutions will continue to guide our efforts, both in the public as in the private sector, especially with the challenges that we are facing because of the pandemic. For that, we have COMFAC, which recently published its work plan for the 2021-2022 biennial, of which CNI is a permanent member for the private sector. Until 2018, the focus of COMFAC was looking at foreign trade and identifying the main hurdles to make trade easier in Brazil. We had an interval of the committee's action, and now in 2021, the work plan was approved and we resume with the opportunity to start these initiatives. When I mentioned COMFAC, I also mentioned the second priority. The first was this agreement to make trade easier. The second one is cooperation and joint establishment between the public and private sector through a national committee to make trade easier. That's the only way that we think is possible to understand better the bottlenecks and also ensure solutions that the solutions proposed are implemented the best way possible. And the third part of this initiative, I have to mention that an agenda to make trade easier, we can call it 2.0, has to include processes of the other bodies. Brazil has to advance in this agenda beyond revenues and practical results of all that. Otherwise, it will not reach the expected results. Therefore, cooperation and coordination among the bodies and organizations is necessary. The report showed that Brazil is not efficient. I would like to also speak about 3 other priorities that the industry considers important for the operations that make all the difference in the daily life. The first is full development of our portal for foreign trade. The schedule to implement is already delayed, and we need to deliver that as soon as possible. The second is to advance the authorized economic operator. It's a voluntary job. You can ask to be one with the revenue services in Brazil. And we need to advance with the benefits that are offered to the companies that meet voluntarily the criteria defined by the Revenue Service Office. CNI mentioned several initiatives that can be included and deployed for the certified companies to reap the benefits. And also, the Brazilian Revenue and Customs Service needs to recognize the agreements with strategic markets that can offer benefits from the origin to the destination of the operations. Additionally, the program needs to leave the paper only in a full manner. The Ministry of Agriculture, Visa, the Army in Metro have to advance the deployment of this modern instrument to make trade easier. Still, as a structuring action, we can also mention perfecting risk management by the member bodies and implementing other digital instruments like those that are for small and mid-sized companies, which is also essential. In terms of risk management, the evaluation that we did with 4 agreeing bodies showed that there's a lot of space to improve. Again, the Ministry of Agriculture, Anvisa, Inmetro, and IBAMA were part of that initiative with us, and now we intend to conduct the same activity for the controls of the Army and the Ministry of Defense. And lastly, a third perspective of those priorities that I mentioned at the beginning of the axis to make trade easier. The first was organizational, institutional, operational, and now the third one addresses the external, the foreign agenda. We looked at in the industry, and we have to advance in these agreements to make trade easier with strategic markets and implement those that we already negotiated. For example, the agreement with the United States and Mercosur. With the one with the United States, this week we sent a message to Congress to analyze and vote so that it can go forward. And the Mercosur's agreement is an important pathway so we can go beyond what the agreement to make trade easier from the WTO happens. That agreement from WTO, we have a minimum common denominator, but through these bilateral agreements or regional agreements to make trade easier, that will let us advance even more and take Brazilian foreign trade to the top of the rank of countries in which it is easier to do business. That's a position we deserve and we support so that we can reach that point as soon as possible. So all this said, I would like to reiterate my thanks. I think I'm at the end of my time. I would like to thank the opportunity to be here with you and say that it was a pleasure, and I'm here to go deeper into these questions. And we also have a continuous monitoring of implementing these agreements to make trade easier in Brazil, according to the point of view of the industry. And for that, we count on our tool called Facilitometro, which is worth learning about, and it's available at CNI's website. It was a pleasure to be here with you, and you can count on CNI and myself to be part of the discussions later. Have a great afternoon, and I pass the floor back to our moderator. Thank you. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. Arthur Pimentel, Vice President of the Brazilian Association of Foreign Trade. The introduction of small and mid-sized company in the international market. Arthur?
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank the kind invitation of the organization of this Brazil Affairs Virtual Forum, dealing with such economic relevant aspects for the Brazilian economy. We are going to be talking about how important it is the participation of small and medium-sized business for the international market. Data from the Ministry of Economics show that there is over 400 companies that are small and medium businesses participation in the Brazilian market, responsible for 90% of our exports. This group is comprised of multinational corporations, cooperatives, companies such as Embraer, Vale, Petrobras, Gerdau, WEG, in addition to organizations who are responsible for the sales of Brazilian agribusiness. On the other hand, and also important, the fact that the participation of small and medium-sized companies in the international market has historically not been quite representative if compared with the realities of similar companies in the structure of exports for companies such as Japan, Italy, United States, China, and others. Currently in Brazil, I would say that a good portion of small and medium-sized business already have international commerce operations. According to SEBRAE information, in 2018, external sales or foreign sales of small and medium companies have reached $1.24 billion. And in 2019, those sales responded for 40% of the total exports. So within this scenario, we could say that the Brazilian startup eco scenario includes over 13,000 companies in 78 communities with over 4,000 members in 637 cities, all small companies who represent over 30 specialties and expertise. So all of this capacity for remodeling the business environment and the speed of implementation, which are inherent to the use of technology, information technology particularly, have completely transformed the social and economic structures in Brazil and worldwide. In spite of these figures, our country has a major potential for development in the foreign market. There is no question of how important it is the participation of small and medium companies in a joint effort to elevate the level of insertion of Brazil in the international scenario. From the private standpoint, companies play their role to win that market, acquiring knowledge and being trained in marketing, logistics, costs, foreign trade, of course, in addition to economics and law. On the government side, there's much to be done and many fronts to create competitive stances in the market and to reduce the Brazil cost, which represents approximately 1.5 trillion reais as a result of the complex tax and social security systems that are prevalent in Brazil, in addition to labor costs, infrastructure, financial and bureaucracy costs. For example, if we were to compare the number of hours Brazilian companies dedicate to fulfill their tax and other obligations in comparison to other countries, it would be easy to understand the major domestic hurdles and the high level of loss of competitiveness that hinder our foreign trade. As an example, we could mention some countries and the required working hours to fulfill their obligations. Unfortunately, I cannot show you a table of that, but I can tell you quickly. For example, in Australia uses 105 working hours to fulfill their obligations in terms of taxes and other. England, 114 hours. Japan, 129 working hours. In Canada, 131 working hours. Turkey, 170, South Korea, 174, US, 175 working hours. Our Latin colleague, Argentina, 213 hours, but in Brazil, we must dedicate 1,501 working hours to the fulfillment of taxes and other obligations. All of this time thrown away with internal costs and employees that must work to fulfill these obligations. Furthermore, the lack of predictability resulting from different legislation leads to the incurring in costs and the future planning of companies. It creates risks when signing long-term agreements and makes it difficult to fulfill delivery deadlines, blocking information and hindering the setting of competitive prices, decreases the agility for production at a smaller scale, which is natural to small and medium-sized companies. It hinders the credibility of companies and products in general and excludes Brazil from a main value chain worldwide. It also isolates our sales in terms of targeted markets and hinders the exporting culture, our dream, this exporting culture. Also decreasing the number of exporting companies and inducing our leaving of the foreign market. We fight a lot to get to the international markets, but due to all of these problems internally, companies end up having to leave foreign trade behind. We could say that the government must create programs and actions and apply them and use an effective policy carrying out the labor reform, the social security reform, approving the tax reform, also thinking of administrative reforms and attracting new productive investments and infrastructure investments, no doubt, implementing agreements to facilitate trade. And we should also negotiate and sign bilateral trade agreements that are extremely important to Brazil, that would allow us to be independent of the Mercosur. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we could perhaps foresee some perspectives in terms of an effective participation of Brazil in the international scenario. If we think about it, if we consider the launching of the single portal for foreign trade, the mechanism of Integra, and with the improvement of productivity factors, we should also consider an increase in competitiveness and opening and conquering of new markets, the expansion that would derive from economic activities, which would result in the creation of job positions. This way, we could place Brazil in the place it deserves in the context of international business, international trade. That would also give us an opportunity to insert small and medium-sized Brazilian companies into the international market, generating many qualified jobs. The small and medium-sized companies, I can say, are very good at creating job positions and generating employment. And I would like to talk a little bit about agribusiness. This is an industry that's quite representative in the Brazilian economy, that has very optimistic production forecasts, which allows Brazil to be within the 5 countries that include essential elements to integrate a select group of countries. We have agricultural area that's above 30 million hectares, an urban population of over 80 million people, and a GDP that exceeds $1 trillion. With that, the country can be positioned as a main partner in ensuring food stability throughout the world. In the long term, we would be able to provide food to all nations, fiber and energy produced sustainably in the largest forestry coverage with the largest biodiversity. So we are talking here about agricultural production that will increase some 22% in the next 10 years, according to what we have been informed by the Ministry of Agriculture. And here I would like to thank Embrapa for their relevant contributions to the Brazilian agribusiness. Without their help, we certainly wouldn't have achieved the height that we are at. This environment is supported by a large number of small and medium-sized companies, and this critical mass is capable of expanding its production, respecting the environment, creating modern production techniques that minimize environmental impact and maximize the potential for the growth of a green and sustainable economy that is not that common worldwide. Just to make it easier to understand, I would like you to imagine a causal nexus for exports, as if it was a drawing, a logic sequence such as, I'd like to say, for example, that exports generate funds, brings in money, and this money attracts investment, which include technology. This technology creates productivity, results in productivity, which also results into competitiveness, which in turn will bring a reduction of costs, promoting more sales, something very, very important for any salesperson, right? And Brazil needs to be a good salesman. This increase in sales would result into increased production. That's a logical result. And an increase in production would then leverage the creation of job positions. Exporting generates jobs and new job positions, generates employment and new job positions, and there is no doubt that the major driver are small and medium-sized companies. International experience shows that exports have played a significant role in the growth of countries. It's a very clear logic. In Brazil, the concern with the performance of exports is not something new, but competitiveness, particularly of Brazilian companies in the international market, should be a permanent concern in the minds of those who assess public policy. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Arthur Pimentel. Now we are going to talk to Vinicius Estrela, representative for Apex Brazil in the Southeast region, actions and perspectives of Apex Brazil for 2021.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank for this opportunity and talk about Apex Brazil and how Apex Brazil is getting ready to face and work in 21 and 2022. I'm going to talk about the initiatives that we've been doing and the responses for the 2021 2022 agenda. APEX is the official agency of Brazil to promote international businesses. And throughout these 20 years, we adjusted to an international scenario, generating knowledge and connection for Brazilian companies, international buyers, and especially foreign investors. The world and the international scenario of today is not the same as 20 years ago. And this makes APEX to evolve through the years, offering to the private sector in Brazil solutions more efficient to generate income, job positions, and foreign trade. APEX of 2021 operates with some very important differentials. Several offices, our own offices in 5 regions of Brazil, and 7 in the international markets. Also, partnerships with private and public institutions in Brazil and abroad, and also a very rich process of strategic connections and generating information to support the internationalization process of Brazilian companies. When we talk about the scope of action, I like this map because it shows the physical presence that APEX has in each of their offices. I'm very proud to be part of one of APEX offices in the Southeast, but also drawing attention to the advantage of APEX working side by side with Itamaraty in the embassies and consulates overseas. In 2020, we did more than 440 coordinated actions between the Itamaraty offices and APEX in more than 70 countries. These differentials make APEX to be a unique institution in qualifying companies and generating market intelligence, offering business opportunities in the key markets all around the world, also expanding the presence of Brazilian companies through the company globalization processes, and also providing to the world and introducing to the world the best solutions and opportunities for investment in Brazil, and also supporting foreign investments to make the best decision and turn their interests of investments in a reality in Brazil. Our key business is to connect the international market to Brazil in its different phases, generating opportunities, job positions, income for the Brazilian private sector. Throughout 2020, we reached very important results, which has been growing year over year, highly impacted by the change of strategy and the capacity of APEX has of reading the international market to adapt its solutions and proposing services that are more compliant to the moment. 2020, we supported more than 14,000 companies, more than half of them small and micro companies. Therefore, it's very important the renewal rate of new companies that received support in 2020 compared to 2019. We added more than 42% of new companies in this effort of APEX initiatives for foreign promotion. In terms of qualifying for international business, APEX has made great efforts in expanding its qualification and training programs by PAYEX or first export actions to reach a higher number of micro and small companies. 73% of the companies are micro and small size company, but also creating long distance trainings and also working with municipalities. And also other services and initiatives that we have designed and expanded their scope. For example, the e-export, whose main function is to qualify Brazilian companies to use e-commerce and new tools for cross-border trade. But we also have several activities that we carried out in 2020 in order to bring information for Brazilian entrepreneurs, like the live streaming, Apex Cast, and also revisited services that were done offline and turned them into online, like PayX, the competitiveness workshops, and our passport to the world, which is a very important tool for Brazilian companies in the international market. In terms of market intelligence, Apex expanded its portfolio, including studies for market opportunities, Brazilian state export profile, investment maps, investment guides, but also expanding the way we deal with the private sector to bring awareness about regulatory changes that could leverage or impact the company's performance. If a standard changes, we capture that and send it to the Brazilian market. And these are two examples of two important tools that Apex has designed and improved throughout 2020 that are being used by the Brazilian sector widely. One is the map of opportunities. It's available at Apex website, but also the sectorial analysis for business opportunities. It's much more efficient to work with reliable data to make a better decision in terms of planning for the international market. All this supporting the strategy for Brazilian companies in Apex core activity, which is to generate business, be it through the traditional sectorial projects in which we have more than 5,000 companies supported in 51 different industries that were responsible for exporting $32 billion. Also, a wide array of other solutions of trade promotion, like business roundtables, and alerts of opportunities by demand. Our offices overseas and the CCOMs receive demands from international buyers or notice changes in the demand, and we send them to the Brazilian private sector so that the Brazilian companies can offer their products in a timely manner to meet that demand that Apex Brazil mapped with this program. It's also very important to point out that those who work with Apex Brazil export more and suffer less the effect of the crisis. In 2020, a very harsh year, highly affected, in which the foreign trade was highly affected. 48% of the exporting companies supported by Apex showed growth in export year over year. We also worked strongly through a very important service with globalization processes, guidance for the global market, brick and mortar offices or virtual offices in Brazil and overseas. So that for some companies that are already born global, Apex only gives the last push. Like, for example, the Startup Brazil program that aims at making the Brazilian startups go global, and also the globalization missions that are made online in 2021. And lastly, I would like to highlight Apex initiatives in attracting foreign investments. 8 strategic industries in which we actively have several analysts at Apex, both in Brazil and in other countries, that will map the investments of the funds that will look for people interested in investing in Brazil in these industries, generating competitiveness and increase of income and job positions, and also developing technology in Brazil. All this in a new investor platform called investinbrazil.com.br, in which we provide customized consulting services and analysis of trends and industries, partnership opportunities, and also a network of contact in both in the public and private sector, turning Apex and this platform in a true one-stop business shop for investors. That in a 2020 agenda that allowed us to facilitate 32 projects that attract $5 billion in investments in Brazil. About our agenda for 2021, I would like to draw your attention to several activities that Apex is going to offer: webinars, training, Apex Cast, the digital business rounds, market studies, the COVID-19 panel, and hot site for coronavirus. This set of solutions made us one of the 3 most adapted and effective agencies that promote exports, evaluated by UNCTAD. For 2021, I would like to draw your attention to the international trade shows that are being conducted in person. So this comeback of these trade shows, we already had Prodex in Russia, Go Food in Dubai, among others. Last year, we had the defense trade show in Russia and Dubai. We will have a trade show for food and beverages in Israel. So several trade shows that are confirmed that have been taking place and are being promoted by Apex Brazil 2021, with this coming back of the trade shows in the foreign market. Also, the key event to attract investments in Latin America, called Brazil Investment Forum, which takes place this year on May 31st and June 1st, in which we concentrated thousands of international investors in one single environment, discussing the key topics and investment agenda in terms of investment opportunities in Brazil, as well as Expo Dubai 2020, that will take place from October 10th, 2021 and March 31st, 2022. Apex is responsible for the operations of Brazilians in Dubai. It's the main global event in terms of number of visitors. And I would like to leave this testimonial from a Brazilian company that has been with us in China in one of the programs of the startups. I'm available to talk to you later on. And with this, I conclude my talk, asking to show a video of Apex Brazil. Thank you very much, and have a great debate.
Tem uma empresa, sabe quanto tempo é valioso. Por isso, a Apex Brasil apoia empresas brasileiras que querem exportar seus produtos, atrair investimentos estrangeiros ou empreender no exterior. Com a Apex Brasil, as empresas brasileiras têm um apoio estratégico para mandar seus produtos e serviços para fora do país de uma forma inteligente e segura. Com métodos inovadores, parcerias, soluções inteligentes, visão de mercado, conteúdos estratégicos e muita qualificação, A Apex Brasil é referência na promoção de exportações, internacionalização de empresas e atração de investimentos estrangeiros. A agência também atua de forma coordenada com atores públicos e privados em setores estratégicos, tanto para o desenvolvimento da competitividade das empresas quanto para o fortalecimento da economia brasileira. Se é conexão com o mundo de oportunidades no mercado internacional que a sua empresa procura, é o apoio da Apex Brasil que ela precisa. Acesse o mundo. Acesse Apex Brasil.
So, Marco Aurélio Soares, Director, Logistics Procedures to Export to Europe from Mion Shipping.
Good evening, good afternoon. As you can see here, it's already dark. First of all, I decided not to do a formal presentation with slides, and thank God, because after many great presentations, I would be humiliated. So it's better if I just speak. It is the first time that I am doing an online event. So perhaps it's not going to be as great as I would hope for, but I'm going to put in my best effort. My name is Marco Antônio Soares. I've been in logistics for 33 years. In foreign trade, I started my career in Guarulhos with at 26 years of age, and a lot of this technology that we are talking about, I followed, like Syscomex and all the other improvements that happened after that. And nowadays we complain, but we shouldn't, because it was a lot more complex. I've been living in Europe for the past 3 years in Holland, and there are major challenges in terms of logistics. And here I've become an expert. I have been managing the logistics chain in Schiphol airport, and things flow from here to the rest of Europe. The idea is to try to show what I've been doing in the past 33 years. For 30 years, I lived in Brazil. The past 3 I've been here in the Netherlands. And I wanted to talk and focus more about the good things than the bad things. So Brazil has very interesting products. We are producers who are widely acknowledged here as excellent, but we are not so great as traders as they are. I've heard that from a colleague in the Ministry of Agriculture. Our major challenge is to learn how to sell, because for over 500 years we have been purchased. So when you are just being exploited, I guess, you don't set prices and you have to learn how to sell. So in the past 3 years living here, I've been learning a lot about that. The Dutch are experts in terms of trade. It's a country with 17 million people, with a volume of foreign trade that is incomparable in terms of their port, which is huge, with all sorts of berths, and they have wholesale products, container products, anything that you want is here. So we have a lot to learn. And in terms of processes, which is something that I'd like to focus on, and I'd like to compare with things that we know. When we talk about exports here, perhaps they don't think much about it here, because it's very simple. Because from the standpoint of the Dutch government in general, the importing country is responsible for the processes. So there are processes and procedures, of course, but everything is very simple. So today, for example, I was getting a container from Poland that was going to go to Antwerp and then Poland. So I clear customs here, which lasts 45 minutes to an hour and a half. when I'm talking about an export. So it's something very simple. It's unbelievable how simple it is. In terms of import, which is something that is of interest to us because we want to export here, we need to learn a lot. So I deal more with food, and I'm talking about Brazil and Embarpa. So nothing here is for free. So the European government and the Dutch government, more specifically, they charge to carry out services or to perform services. So if I invite anyone from the Ministry of Agriculture to inspect the shipment of fruit from Brazil that requires inspection, I'm going to have to start an online process, which is very simple. I'm going to schedule a date and time that it's going to be respected. They are going to be there on time. And now in the evening, I was following some shipments that arrived in KLM's flight from Brazil with fruit. The flight arrived at 7:30 in the evening, and they are already cleared. So why are they so efficient? First of all, because that's what the Netherlands live from. They understand that foodstuff is perishable. They don't want them, the shipment to be standing there. It requires control of temperature. It has a specific shelf life. They understand this limited shelf life. The other advantage that you have here is the tax issue. The tax issue for Europe, their government deals about in terms of cost and benefits. So you have some tax benefits where you can import, you can have that tax is suspended until you sell to the final destination. Going back to agreements, we have the arrival of some container products here, and these products might not be 100% satisfactory in terms of shipment. So the person from the Ministry of Agriculture that we call KCB is not going to throw the entire shipment out. In general, they will give you the opportunity of taking the container and separating, reorganizing, cleaning, removing product that is not fit, and salvage the rest. So then you can reconduct this confirmation inspection and pay the taxes accordingly. So there are several advantages that we're simply not used to. And the port, I'm going to give you an idea of how easy it is. We have a port which is 52 kilometers long, where you have big shipments with containers. They can go inside the port area, and they have trains to carry the product for those 50 kilometers. We also ship a lot to Switzerland. Switzerland doesn't have ocean, so I do all their sanitary inspections in terms of meat, fruit, any kind of food. And then I have an option, depending on how urgent it is, I can put it in a barge or a train or a truck, depending how urgent the arrival of my product is. That is efficient. That adds value to the chain. That equates lower costs. You're competing in Europe. Switzerland has many borders, so why they do it with us? Because it's easier and it's fast, and as Brazilians we need to learn that. Now I'm talking to the Brazilian audience and to possible exporters. There is an ease. Everybody talks about the Dutch being difficult, well, they all speak English very well. 98% of the population speaks English. So that's a major advantage to the supply chain. Being here, bringing Brazilian products here, and what is the message that I want to convey? I'm talking here about foodstuffs because that is the kind of product that I specialize in, but you can export anything. Shoes from the Rio Grande do Sul state, barbecue grills. I have some friends exporting flour for cheese bread. So there are many products. This is a good port. The legislation works. It's a safe port, and you can do anything with it, the boundaries of the law, of course, but everything will work because institutions are reliable, processes are clear, transparent. I'm going to give you the example that it never takes me more than 3 hours to clear a container at customs. So for those who are working in foreign trade, if the ship has come and they are bringing down the containers, if I schedule it for 7 a.m. at 11 a.m., I will have it all cleared in terms of customs. In Brazil, it takes 3 days for you to have access to the containers for starting the process. And how can we fix that in Brazil? Well, in my opinion, in addition to cutting the red tape, which we have been trying to do, I think the privatization of ports, almost all warehouses here are private warehouses. There is no segregation, there is no cartel. Here, the warehouse is private. I bring the shipment inside. I have to respond to the government. And if I don't do things right, I will have to pay a penalty. And if I really do something bad, I'll go to jail. So that makes it stable for everyone to operate. Private institutions are key. They don't depend a lot on the government here, and that makes it all easier, a lot friendlier. And I forgot to thank Claudio for the opportunity of speaking to you. But what I wanted to say is that after 33 years in this segment, I am glad for the opportunity of having spent this 3 years abroad. I think all Brazilians should go abroad for a while, and I'm going to go back to Brazil eventually, but it's a great opportunity to live abroad and understand. And I'd like our government and some of our businessmen to have this experience, because you'd realize that we are talking about a different world, different processes, a different sensitivity to it all. People are very objective, to the point. No is no. No here works, but yes works even more. So that's what I wanted to tell you. That's what I wanted to have happen in Brazil. Think of opportunities to change things, and also think about what we can bring from Brazil to here. I'm here to help you in any way that I can. I'm going to stay till the end for the roundtable, because perhaps I might have something to add. 15 minutes seems a long time to talk about things, but I've written down several things that I didn't even mention. So looking at my notes here, for products, there is a very important demand. Sustainable products is something Europeans like a lot. They don't like to pay more for that, but they like the idea of sustainable products, and organic products have a major added value. Anything that's organic here is going to work. It's a more complex chain because the product is more sensitive, but there is a major demand. So those who are listening to me, those who are seeking for an opportunity, that's what I would focus on. I would focus on sustainability, that for every industry process, but of course, organic products are unparalleled in terms of demand here. I think I'm going to be finishing here, but I'm going to be available to you during our chat. Thank you. Thank you, Marcos Valles. And now we are going to hear from Leonardo Angie, a diplomat. He is General Coordinator for Commercial or Trade Promotion, the new structure of trade promotion at Itamaraty and the network of SECOM services.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to thank this invite for Brazil Export and congratulate you for the initiative of this event, especially at these times. It's very important. I would also like to greet through CLAUDIO Pinheiro, all the organizers and speakers, and greet especially the ladies and gentlemen who are watching us virtually. It's the way that we have to do things today. We would love to have a face-to-face meeting right now, but it has to be different. I would like to ask to share my screen, please. Yes, perfectly. Okay. I'm going to start my presentation. As I said, it's about the structure to promote trade from Itamaraty, our new structure, and the services of our SECOM network. Those who work with foreign trade and have contact with the ministry were used to, for many years, to this structure for trade promotion in Itamaraty. It was called DPR, our Department of Trade Promotion and Investments. So until 2018, this is how it was. It was like this for decades with very few changes. You had these 4 divisions under the department: trade operations, investments, trade intelligence, and programs to promote trade. These three divisions were specialized in activities. So when you talked about trade show, it was an activity that belonged to DOC. Studies was DIC. So, and this area of trade promotion was transversal. We did back office, planning and management of trade activities. In January 2019, Bolsonaro's government, when took office, did a deep change in many years in our structure. And because of that, and that's why I chose this topic, there are some who think that Itamaraty stopped promoting trade because DPR was extinct. What happens is that actually DPR was broken down in a much wider structure. Today we have this secretariat that we're subordinated to of economic affairs, and below that we have 4 departments and 2 general coordinations. And now in the past we only had 1 department, 1 division. These divisions or departments are according to the industry, so promoting technology, energy, mineral resources and infrastructure, agribusiness, services of industry. We have a general coordination to promote tourism and sport, and my department, which is general coordination of trade promotion. These 5 first areas are thematic, and ours, just like DPG was in the past, is transversal, which connects all the activities of the other divisions. So this is our area today, doing the middle ground of the entire structure. So they are coordinating our thematic divisions in Brazil. The idea of creating these specialized divisions in topics, replacing the structure that we had before that was focused on activities, is the defragmentation idea. The concept is that under the same division, you can have one department that negotiates access to markets, business agreements, and another area that promotes the products. So in agribusiness department, for example, you have one department that negotiates and one that promotes the products, coordinated by this department. That was the concept behind it. And we are the transversal area that connects all the others. CGPR, we have a network of 120 CCOMs spread around the world. The network aims at supporting Brazilian companies and businesses. And as Vinicius Estrella mentioned, our work is very well coordinated both by the State Secretariat and Apex Brazil. So it has three pillars: Brasilia, Itamaraty, Apex, and the CCOMs. Overseas, we have approximately 350 employees spread out throughout the world, including diplomats that spearhead the offices and local hired employees that are specialists in foreign trade. We also have Apex Brazil. Vinicius also mentioned something about it. And Apex is legally bound to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2016. And since then, we found many opportunities to use complementarities between Apex and Itamaraty. Apex has a great capillarity to reach the businesses very effectively and quickly. On the other hand, Itamaraty has a huge network outside of Brazil with a presence in all continents. So since they were bond, we use that complementarity, and we are conducting a process of integration of processes, products, and structures. And that's the result. Last year, 490 joint initiatives in 70 countries, which has been growing 30, 40, 50% per year despite of the pandemic. And all the areas also connect to each other. I would also like to talk briefly about our trade promotion sectors, the CCOMs. Many of you probably used CCOMs services. As I said, we're present in 5 continents. They're coordinated under our department, and we render support to Brazilian businesses. This map was made by Apex that shows both Apex office and Itamaraty offices in foreign countries that are spread throughout the world, as you can see. The CCOM network was already large, but we're expanding. In the past 5 years, we went from 102 CCOMs in 2016, and in 2017, 105. 2018, we increased to 119, and in 2019, at the end of the year, we had 121, and now we have 120 because the CCOM in Caracas is inactive, but it might go back to working. But that expansion accounted for almost 20% in 5 years. This expansion focused especially in Africa and Asia, because we think that we're less covered by our network there. And the frontier, and that's where the newest frontiers are. I would like to talk briefly about the services offered by our network. And there are many. I imagine many of you have already used these services, but our network supports Brazilian entrepreneurs. They have all types of consultation services, face-to-face or through any communication means, and also through the portal gov.br. What are our services? I split our services into 3 areas: trade operations, trade information and intelligence, and communicating opportunities in Brazil. I would say communicating it to Brazil. First of all, in terms of trade operations, the first thing that the CCOMs do is support business missions overseas. So establish contacts with local businesses, government agencies, helps logistic processes, and all types of demands associated to these missions that come from the industry federations and business industries that react to our. We also render support to individual missions, for example, by an industry federation. If it's a Brazilian company that wants to have a mission somewhere, we provide support for that as well. Then we have support to Brazilian participation in international trade shows. The CCOMs coordinate Brazilian participation in these international trade shows and in tourism, highly connected and coordinated with Apex. And we also buy institutional slots. This is always done according to the interest manifestation that we have from the industries. We also support missions of buyers or investors to Brazil. CCOM not only supports these missions, but also organizes them with foreign investors in Brazil, scheduling meetings, visits to companies or other organizations, depending on the relevance of the mission. We have a very large group, and in some way, we need to select them. We also have cooperation programs with trade chambers, bilateral chambers, and we also participate in events. We help Brazilian companies. We organize business roundtables, matchmaking sessions. We exchange information. And we also work permanently trying to obtain a list of local businesses that could be of interest of Brazilian companies. That's all under trade operations. In terms of trade information and intelligence, we provide consulting services, providing information, contact information for foreign businesses that are interested in our products, tariffs, regulations for access, distribution channels, including, in some cases, assessment on foreign companies and possible contact for Brazilian exporters. We also work about trade complaints. We try to support Brazilian businesses if they find any issues with international agencies, especially encouraging an understanding between the two parties. We do have to make clear that Brazilian government doesn't have the legal power to mandate the companies, foreign companies or governments to solve the problem. We're only an intermediate. We only intermediate the the communication between the parties to make that process as speedy as possible. We don't exclude legal measures on the parties' side. We also have permanent work in registering local businesses that you can check at the Invest Export website. We are always identifying possible buyers, potential importers for Brazilian goods, and registering them in our network, and it's can be found in Invest and Export. That list is available free of charge at our website for any Brazilian exporter, and it's permanently updated by our CCOMs. The company, if they went bankrupt or such, it won't be there anymore. It's updated at least once every 2 years. Also, we identify permanently opportunities for direct investment. So we always follow mergers and acquisitions, investments in local companies to identify opportunities for direct investments for Brazilian companies in other countries. Also identify projects of local public civil work. We always check the official newsletters, and we talk to local authorities to identify, even before they are published, in fact, to look at these bids, international bids for public construction work, so that Brazil can participate as well. We register them and communicate that through our portal, Invest and Export. We also prepare, we published a series on how to export intelligence from Itamaraty. We provide guidebooks with information about how to export our products to specific countries or to integrated markets, blocks of interest for potential exports for Brazilian products. It's also available at Invest and Export website. We also conduct market research, many times in partnership with the intelligence department of Apex Brazil. It's been a long time since Apex has conducted these intelligence studies without the help of Itamaraty. And likewise, we also produce some studies on our own without cooperation with Apex, but recently we've been working together and producing these studies. And also the CCOM offices have permanent work in communicating by providing consulting services for foreign companies. It's an arm of Brazil in other countries, advertising our exporters, our opportunities for potential companies overseas, and also explaining about Brazil, our business environment, how to trade in Brazil. We also work in advertising Brazilian tourism product, very much together with Embratur, supporting initiatives to advertise Brazil. We could publish the trade show calendar of Brazil in other countries. We've been doing that together with the Ministry of Economy. And we also have several initiatives to attract investments, advertising projects that can receive foreign investments in Brazil, which we also show the Brazilian investment environment, Brazilian businesses, and many times we have trading companies and Brazilian business associations, and we can also advertise that to local businesses. That's an overview of the services that our CCOMs render. We can stop sharing my screen. Those are the services that our CCOMs render. I would like to say that Itamaraty didn't stop promoting trade, as I've heard from some people. On the contrary, the activity of promoting trade has multiplied throughout our structure. Our partnership with Apex is very solid and spreading to several areas. I follow this closely because our unit is the unit responsible for overseeing Apex contract with the federal government. And we're more and more active in promoting trade. I would also like to say that that experience of restructuring Itamaraty was very successful. It's an ongoing change. We're still making some adjustments. And we would like to receive input from the private sector, which is our client. So please contact the CCOMs and use our network. I think I already went beyond my time. I would like to thank once again for this opportunity, and I'm happy to talk at the end of this panel. We would like to thank Mr. Leonardo Enchi, Colonel Ricardo Melo Araújo, Chairman of SEAGESP. SEAGESP is the largest supply center of Latin America in volume sold. Since Coronel Melo Araújo couldn't be here because he's donating products in the city of Araraquara, he sent us a recording that we will show next.
Vamos falar pouquinho da SEAGESP. A SEAGESP é o maior centro de armazenagem e distribuição de hortifruti, pescados e flores da América Latina. É a terceira maior do mundo. Né? Nós temos uma área aí de mais de 670 mil metros quadrados. Nós temos no estado de São Paulo e mais a unidade principal aqui, a SEAGESP. Essa cidade SEAGESP, e eu posso chamar de cidade, são 50 mil pessoas diariamente frequentando e passam por aqui. São 12 mil veículos que passam também diariamente aqui. Nós temos aí aproximadamente 5 mil permissionários, um pouquinho mais de 5 mil permissionários. Nós temos também 4 mil carregadores, são as pessoas que fazem essa companhia andar, né? Temos as cafezeiras. Então, todo esse conjunto, os funcionários que trabalham aqui na SEAGESP, é isso que faz aí essa companhia, essa cidade movimentar tanta coisa, com tantos produtos aí a ofertar.
So with so many products to offer, so this company that's backing Brazilian agro, that is pushing Brazil forward. In 2020, we sold 350 million tons of different foods. This flow is 10 billion reais for 2020, only trading less than the stock exchange. So our financial business is huge in the country. The main area here is fruit. 52% of what is traded here is fruit. Then in second place, we have vegetables with 45%. The rest is fish and other products. The company also is responsible for warehousing food products. We have a capacity of warehousing 1.5 million tons of grain in 2020. We reached 700,000 tons of grains warehoused in our different warehousing centers distributed throughout the São Paulo state. In 2021, we will for sure surpass that amount. Soy and grain this year are going to be doing great. We are probably going to come close to this 1.5 million tons. That is our capacity. I'd also like to emphasize our work in sustainability. We have a food bank that prevents the waste of foods. That's a concern for our main warehouse, but also all the other warehouses throughout the state. That's a weekly work. Every week we donate foods, and our idea is to get the food and make it available on the tables of people who are in need during this pandemic. In 2021, our average monthly is of 110 tons of food that's being distributed to people we need rather than being wasted. We also want to raise awareness with businessmen to avoid the wasting of food. I understand we can reach much higher levels and numbers, but in 2021, we are going to have serviced over 1 million people, 1 million families that are receiving food from our company. CEAGESP, this wholesale produce market, is a reference with all these numbers. So it's a pleasure to be able to tell you a little bit about our company during, this very troubled times. CEAGESP makes it happen. In 2020, we lived through different scenarios, situations that made us think of new habits and look for new paths. At CEAGESP, our work hasn't stopped. We sold fruit, vegetables, and other products, and supply was continued thanks to the work of everyone who works here. In addition to a very busy period, 2020 was the year of helping people who need the most. CEAGESP warehouses donated food and foodstuffs, high quality products to the tables of those who could not pay for food themselves. Many actions were carried out in many cities throughout the state of São Paulo. In 2021, CEAGESP will be even better for all Brazilian people. CEAGESP, seeking perfection.
Swimmers here in Brazil. Our father, Coronel Melo Araújo, is the current president of CEAGESP, named by the Brazilian President Jair Messias Bolsonaro. CEAGESP is the biggest distributor of fruits, vegetables, and fishes, and grains storage in Latin America and third of the world. The Brazilian president asked our father and son to avoid wasting food and help those in need during this pandemic period. And we are here to ask everyone and every food distributors like CLAUDIO to do just like us. Stop wasting food and help those in need. We're launching a challenge. We want everyone that's able to do it to post and tag us in our social medias. This way we can make the world better.
Very well. So now we are going to our debate and Q&A session with our speakers and the people who are participating in this event. Please, Claudio Pinheiro, you can come up. Marco and Lisandro, who is connected with us through the internet. So Claudio, please. We are going to have a free conversation, but let's start with the speakers themselves. People who have any questions to the speakers and their colleagues, we could follow the same order of the speakers. And so I'd like to start with Abdallah. Would you have any questions for any other speaker here?
Good afternoon. Congratulations, Claudio, for this event. Very productive. I don't have a question exactly. It's more an appeal for Estrella from Vinicius Estrella from Apex to give us the opportunity to hear about the possibility of increasing not only the growth of business in Brazil with international companies who come to Brazil, but also taking more than 1,000 exhibitors, at least from Francal, that need to go and have access to the international market. We would like you to talk to us so we can build something positive so that the trade show really boosts business, not only in Brazil, as it was in the past. Vinicius, would you like to answer? Can you hear me? Yes. If you allow me to answer, it's a pleasure. We can schedule a meeting as soon as possible. We started working to strengthen the domestic trade shows and projects with purchasers to make some events in Brazil more international, but still insisting in that. And Francal is a very important project for us to talk about. I'm at your disposal, and of course, we're very interested. Apex is interested in strengthening the trade shows in Brazil. The most recent was APAS. We brought buyers and had a very consistent initiative. We can talk later, of course. I'm not talking just about Francal, the company. I work with 14 sectors of the economy. The Brazilian Association of Trade Events in Brazil also need to talk to Apex to build a project to bring international buyers to Brazil, and that we can take Brazilian businesses to international trade shows, which we already do. But I would like to have the support of Apex and SECOM. Alexa Murim from SEX. Do you have any question? Good afternoon again. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask to Marco Aurelio, the Mayon shipment. In our agenda, many times we face some issues that the private sector brings to us as hurdles in the export process. And I know that Brexit is causing some specific issues in the division of tariff quotas for agricultural products, or when the United Kingdom is revisiting their commitments in the World Trade Organization. I don't know if you're participating in that process on site, if you're facing any challenges because of that. And if you could also tell us about that. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Alex. We're not part of it directly. UK is part of our logistics integration. It's very close in our daily activities, but what I can guarantee is that it's a huge mess. It's unbelievable what's happening, since even before it started during the Christmas week with a huge jam of the ships, especially when the new strain of the virus was discovered in the UK. In our daily practice, it affected much. And I'm going to compare Switzerland with UK so we can understand the process. Switzerland and UK, since they're neighbors, they could be something similar, but Switzerland has a very clear process of the procedures. It's not part of the community, but it's their own tariff barrier, but their sanitary barrier is similar. So very clear process. If I receive fruit or beef here, I'm going to proceed with the legal and sanitary processes, and I'm going to ship it to Switzerland and clear customs in Switzerland, as long as I follow the procedures. In the UK, no one knows. You operate as if you were operating to Russia and export as a foreign good. It's a mess that we're learning every single day. And they've changed the rules from December to today at least 4 or 5 times. The last rule was to end on April 1st, but they didn't change it. And now they're talking about strict and clear rules as of January 1st, 2022. But answering objectively, nobody knows exactly how things are going to work with the UK in terms of tariffs, taxes, logistics. Everyone says something different, and we've had, nothing is clear. You can have all the documents you need, but no one knows the policy that they're going to use. It's almost embarrassing. And they're generating huge logistics issues. A jam at the transporting companies. They're not used to staying still in waiting in line. So it's extremely complicated at the moment. I don't know if I could answer you. Yes, thank you very much. I think it's very clear what you mentioned. We are part of some negotiations together with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Brazilian mission to Geneva, about the commitments that the UK will have to take over at the WTO. So We have some issues of certificates that they that were necessary for the European Union, and we don't know if they're going to need them. So what you said makes it very clear what we should expect of the process. Just to add, we have the process of 2021. We don't know how the UK operations are going to be in terms of taxes and sanitary inspection in relation to neighboring countries, because it's very important for you to have those things. It's a transition year, and no one really knows how to act in all those issues. Lisandro Vieira from WM International, do you have any question? Hi, Claudio. Can you hear me well? Yes. Yes. It would be great to ask Marco the questions first because it's late at night. I have a question for Alex. He has a very important mission to all of us. So congratulations, Alex, on your talk. I don't know if you can give us just a taste or a spoiler, as they say in the movies. You mentioned the negotiations, how they are. Could you give us an idea of which agreements Brazil is closer to closing right now with the ones that are ready to be signed? And another question. I would just like to know the agreements to avoid double taxing. Does SEX also participate? And if there's any information about them. Thank you for your question, Lisandro. I was going to talk about that during the presentation, but I got caught up with the time. What is ready to be signed? European Union and EFTA, these negotiations were concluded, but no one signed anything yet. And what is preventing these agreements from being signed? It's the normal procedure, the legal revision of these documents, and I would place both in the same level because they do go hand in hand. They're completely independent and separate, but they go down the same path. So they're both in the process of the legal analysis. So after they're negotiated, they go through very strict legal oversight for standardization. And these agreements have to be translated for all the languages of the European Union, in the case of European Union. So it's already a procedure that takes time. And the political moment in European Union is not very favorable for this process to speed up. So we're monitoring that, but those are the two agreements that are more at the point of being signed. And also part of our list of agreements that are being negotiated now, I think we don't really have an estimate of what is closest to be concluded, but we have negotiations smaller because the scope is smaller. Lebanon and Singapore, these are agreements because they have fewer chapters. The negotiation is a bit more speedy. It's not fast by any means, but it is faster than these more comprehensive agreements, like the one with Canada. It includes several topics. They want integration on several topics like indigenous people, work market. So that agreement will require more time. And we're facing some trouble with the Canadians because they have some limitations in security to address these more sensitive, confidential issues through video conference call. So we're going to need to be patient to be able to conclude them, especially as it takes longer to be able to fly again. And with South Korea, it's also very comprehensive. It includes several topics, but it has a specificity that there's huge sensitivity for the private sector in Brazil. And Mercosur, even negotiating inside Mercosur, Argentina is considering leaving the negotiation of goods. So they don't want that concession with South Korea, so they won't give any concession with tariffs. So we have all these adjustments, but those are expectations that we have, maybe considering the end of this year, beginning of next year. So those are the 4 agreements that are in the pipeline. And those negotiations that I wouldn't say starting, but they are being considered, and Brazil already started negotiation with the foreign trade offices with Vietnam and Indonesia. Those haven't started yet, so they're still in the early stages. We're still take them to the movies, take them out for some ice cream, to decide if you really want to have a serious relationship with them. So we're still in the early stages. So those are the deals that are more advanced. Also with Central America, countries that are interested in the industry, although they're smaller consumer markets compared to the others that we mentioned, but we already started talking to them and we're waiting for an answer so they can negotiate with us. So that's the pipeline of the negotiations that we have ongoing, the extra regional agreements. Thank you for your question. Oh, you also asked me about what was it? What service?
Alex, I had asked you about communication agreements, if you're doing the negotiations. Yes. Sorry, I didn't write it down. These double taxing negotiations are conducted by the Internal Revenue Service. We don't deal with that, but we are in close contact with CNI. These agreements are of interest to us, of all foreign trade players, but these negotiations are conducted by the Internal Revenue Service. I'm not going to grant your request, Lisandro, because we are far from everything, and I believe that's not going to be a major sacrifice for him to answer, because there are some questions here, some more questions here, and I would like them to continue within this way that we organize for you to chat amongst yourselves, and then we can answer any questions from our participants. So now I'd like Ronnie Pimentel from CNI to ask a question if he has any. Good afternoon. Thank you. Well, yes, I have a comment to make, and then I'd like to hear from Leonardo or other representatives that would like to comment. Well, in COMFAC work plan, we have had 9 axes, 9 pillars of action that were commented upon, one of which is in regards to a public consultation process that all foreign trade business community was able to contribute, but regarding the Internal Revenue Service, we have realized that they were sort of absent in terms of commitment of advancement with the OAA. We have a pillar for integrated OAE. In foreign trade, everybody's affected, but in regards to the Internal Revenue Service, with them developing the program, we are missing their participation in this commitment. How do they see that this co-presidency of COMFAC, SESEX, and the front lines and the Internal Revenue Service? I'd like to hear more about that. Arthur Pimentel, would you have any questions? Can you hear me? Yes. I'd like to ask questions of each one, considering all the interventions made and the idea for this new format for this physical digital event. JAMIL ABDALA is my eternal hero in terms of perseverance and fight for the foreign trade of Brazil. He is our reference in all respects. Ana, I'm very happy with how sensible it was, your presentation on biodiversity, superfoods, all of that. I thought it was fantastic. Alex Amorim. Alex, I left SESEX at the end of 2018. I believe that we didn't meet. You're probably a new generation there. From maybe my colleague, I'm not going to say anything. You know, he just wants to talk about services. Ronnie, your intervention was also fantastic regarding all that CNI is doing. Minister Estrela, great lecture from Apex Brazil. But Marco Aurelio also, great talk. Everything that we wanted, 10% of what the Netherlands have so that we could start copying it here would be fantastic. Replicating it here would be fantastic. But I wanted to focus my time, and that's something, the work of CAGESP, I cannot forget to mention that beautiful social work that you're doing, social actions. You receive my congratulations for that. But I wanted to talk to Leonardo. First of all, I wanted to congratulate him on this new design. As he said, many years had passed with the same design, but now Itamaraty has come up with a new design, a design that's a very smart one, this new divisions and departments for taking care of things. And one thing that really grabbed my attention, Leonardo, considering all of this structure that you have for commercial intelligence and information, this area for trade complaints, DPC, that sparked something for me, because what is it that I understand in terms of trade complaints or trade grievances with Itamaraty and Secom, etc.? These are certain conflicts that arise in trade, as it happens usually when you buy and sell. Conflict is part of it. And it's my understanding that this area would be welcoming those demands. Brazilian entrepreneurs who are buying and selling to foreign markets. And I see a very important link in all of that. For 35 years, I was in the government. I left SESEX at the end of 2018. Currently, I'm president of the Brazilian Foreign Trade Association. The year before last, we set up a chamber for the resolution of conflict, a modern design with the goal of providing this type of service for mediation and resolution of conflict in foreign trade. And the idea of mediation is a modern one, trying to escape the morosity of the courts, particularly Brazilian courts, which are overloaded, trying to bring amicable solutions off the courts. So I see that as a major possibility. Perhaps we can talk and exchange if my vision is correct, because I think mediation is important. We could talk about arbitrage and other designs, but mediation is an idea that preserves the confidentiality of demand that is kept under lock and key by the companies, and the solution within mediation is built together. Both parties built it differently from arbitrage when you have a third party deciding. So if you allow me, I'd like to get your contact information, if I'm correct in what I'm thinking. I would like you to please clarify more. Thank you, Arthur, for your comments. Thank you, A&B, our big partner in the deliberation committee. I'd like to say the following. The type of help that we try to provide in terms of commercial grievances, that's something, or trade grievances, this is a service that has been provided by Itamaraty for many years. It was concentrated in our previous design under DIC, which was our commercial or trade intelligence division, and is currently distributed in many areas as many other things in our new design. So what kind of grievances or complaints do we have? Be it through Brasilia, or be a company that contacts us through the state secretariat, or be it through some sort of center that is receiving these complaints. We get all sorts of complaints, all sorts of grievances from someone who has a container of perishable products that is not being unloaded due to red tape in a country. And what does Itamaraty try to do? Well, we try to help come to a solution. So oftentimes, due to the inherent characteristic of our activities, we have easier access to governmental authorities in countries where we have a post. So sometimes even an informal intervention by Itamaraty will be able to cut through the red tape and allow resolution. As I mentioned in my presentation, we don't have any legal power or mandate to make things happen. And there have been cases where companies didn't come to a resolution, and the companies withstood a loss. You probably have heard of many cases such as this. But within our capabilities, within our capacity, which is trying to put the parties together, bringing them to the same table, trying to come up with a mediation within A and B like you do, we try to do that in our posts. And I would like to say that, of course, you can have my contact information, and I want to say that I would welcome a conversation between us with open arms to try to come up with some sort of partnership. I think that is a fantastic idea that could bring excellent results. Also allowing our post to get grievances or demands from companies in a more expedited way. Oftentimes we do, lectures or more public discussions on foreign trade, but the important thing is to tell companies that they can count on SECOM abroad. Sometimes small companies, very small companies, if they face an issue such as that, they don't know that our postings can try and help them. Is it a guarantee? Of course not, but we do the best that we can to try to resolve and to come to a solution. And there are many situations like that. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Claudio to then give me your contact information, and I'll ask Dr. Roberta to get in touch to try to come up with a partnership. It would be something for the future. Claudio, can I have 30 seconds to ask Leonardo for a question? Yes, yes. Leonardo, thank you for your participation, and congratulations on your talk. Leonardo, whenever we talk about services and the export of services other than goods, I'm always defending the cause of technology and services exports for Brazil. I needed help in Mexico, and I got great help by phone and email. And Leonardo, every lecture or every talk that I give, and I work a lot with Apex and other projects, Apex at ATX program, we've also been in driving Arthur to change. Oftentimes, business people are not knowledgeable about where the SECOM is, what is their role. And if we are there, these are public servants that are in other countries to help us. So how could we make SECOM's work more known to technology and service people? I know that we are a lot more mature at Apex and others. We are very used to dealing in terms of goods, but you can see that it's possible that depending on demands, SECOM could perhaps develop a work to capture the service and technology industry and help them.
I was looking for the button to unmute. I think we've met. I'm not sure. Maybe at the BRICS Business Summit in South Africa. Thank you for your question and your comment. In services, I understand that there's still a lot to do, and you're right. We are much more advanced in promoting goods. And but as I mentioned, a department to promote services, and the idea is exactly that the area that negotiates services work together with the area that is promoting services, always in partnership with all our several strategic partners, starting with Apex. In regards to advertising the job work done by the CCOMs, it seems obvious, but public administration, just like life, is the art of trying to do the best with limited resources. So if I had resources to advertise in Brazil all the activities that the CCOMs can perform, that would make me very happy. But we don't have any resources to do so. Speaking internally, my budget is all to be spent overseas. My budget is all in US dollars for initiatives. The resources to be used in Brazil are very limited. So what we try to do, and I agree that it's not enough, is to advertise through our portal, Invest and Export. Many times, businesses that use CCOM services that are available at the portal, but they don't know it comes from the CCOMs. But advertising itself is very important, because we count on others to advertise our services. The key assistance comes from Apex, because Apex reaches the businesses. They have that capacity. And sometimes I've been speaking and I call it, we know that people who are getting certified know that they can count on our network abroad. But every help that comes from Apex, for example, that helps us, but also from the private sector in terms of helping to advertise the services we offer, of how to access our network, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Leonardo. Just one more comment. The PEX, the qualification service that you did, that Apex said that we could count on SICOM to generate that demand, so they can look for demands for our products and services. Exactly. Activate them. And then I'm going to talk to Vinicius. Vinicius, you said that Apex 2021 ensure us that PayX still gives us help, because as a Brazilian, that program from Apex, all of them are important, but the PayX, as Leonardo said, is focused overseas. But each monitor, each local office does a brilliant job, and they do deserve our appreciation. I don't know, 150, 200 companies. So we do have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We do have Apex. We do have these programs. So Vinicius, please rest them assured that PX is still there, and it's very important for Apex. That's it. We're at your disposal, and I don't think there's a network as extensive as ours. We can reach places that would be impossible to reach in other manners, especially for those companies that have very specific concerns. Mr. Claudio, if you allow me, yes, of course. The CCOM network is a jewel. They do an incredible job that exists for many decades, and they've been achieving great results for decades. Apex, working together with Itamaraty, produces the figures that both Leonardo showed us and I also showed in my presentation. More than 70 countries, more than 419 initiatives with actions coordinated by Apex and Itamaraty. And it's in Apex presentation, in our identity. And that was one of the first slides to really underscore the network of sitcoms, because I don't think there's any service that has such an effective network as our sitcoms have overseas. And that qualification with the market makes it a very important asset in the partnership between Apex and Itamaraty. And that's so truthful that Apex has dedicated itself, and they put offices in all the states in Brazil. We have PX offices all around the country, and specific methodologies for sectors and industries. So we have a methodology of services for PX, we have a methodology for agribusiness, and we have a methodology for the industry. That shows how important export is in the strategy of initiatives for Apex and for the Itamaraty, as well as Mr. Leonardo Eng mentioned. And this brings a very important discussion, which is building a platform to promote trade that includes small, mid-size, and micro-size companies that have in services a very aggressive strategy for differentiation and competitiveness with international players. So that strategy of providing services is a bet, an educated bet that Apex is doing for micro, small, and mid-sized companies in the international market. And it's an important platform that connects qualification programs to service rendered by important diplomats and local employees that Itamaraty has all over the world, as well as Apex's offices abroad. Vinicius, do you have any question to any other speaker? I have a question to Leonardo. We were talking about, I was thinking about the topic of the event. Let's go forward together. Leonardo, due to his position in Itamaraty, is an eyewitness, and he's been witnessing the resumption of these markets and trade shows like in Israel, China, Russia, and other places. And I would like to ask him to bring us some of this new horizon and opportunities that have been opening with this resumption that is already happening in 2021 in terms of promoting trade shows, and also Brazilian missions as well. Thank you, Vinicius. Well, as everyone knows, the year of 2020, if it wasn't a lost year, was a year in which we had to reinvent ourselves so that something happened in terms of promoting trade. And Apex, as you well mentioned, did that brilliantly. We are deeply involved with Apex's activities, especially in my department. And Apex was able to reinvent itself digitally. The Go Digital was brilliantly done, and it's recognized internationally. Of course, there are expectations that in the second half of this year, we will start to see some recovery in trade shows, of having in-person trade shows. And in my opinion, they will not disappear. You can't replace all the trade shows for digital events, but the digital events are here to stay. So how we're going forward together from now on, we will be heard right now. We will continue being digital, even if we do go back to being in person. That's a trend that was already happening a few years ago, and it grew exponentially recently. And we know that in many cases, you can have events for a fraction of the cost that they were before. It replaces the need of in-person events? No, they are things that will add to each other. Now, where are we going in this going forward together? I think Itamaraty, Apex, work with generating trade intelligence. And we're going to have to generate trade intelligence by identifying what are the new opportunities after the pandemic. Because just to give you an example, we have niches that certainly appeared and are still, they still have to be identified. These are market niches that opened when some suppliers left the market. And that happened all around the world. We have to access these niches. Where some supplier left, we have to occupy that space. So, and I'm giving just one example, but the path towards recovery, the expectation is for a hybrid recovery in promoting trade. And the pathway to that recovery, in my opinion, includes strengthening and intensifying the activity of gathering intelligence. Marco Aurelio, it's your turn. Do you have any question for any of our speakers? Let me unmute. Leonardo is going to have to answer again. I'm not in Brazil, so I don't want to go into politics, but I think it's unavoidable. I'm going to be strategic opposition. I think that Brazil as a government has been doing very little to defend itself, to defend the country in general, in terms of sustainability, the Amazon, and also in relation to COVID. I'm living here, and I think we've been vaccinating more there than here, but we don't say much. The only news that we get here are only terrible things. In the past, it was assassinations, and now that's rubbish. I'm almost missing those news. So to be emphatic, my question is, I see very little trade actions for Brazil to defend itself. I'm not going to defend the government. I'm going to defend the country. I love Brazil. I'm Brazilian. And today, I can't even discuss with people because what the media says is terrible. So I think the agencies and the governments have to defend themselves in some way. And that's a comment of a fact. And I want to know what you understand as a strategy for that, because they have to defend themselves in a certain way, because trade is linked directly to the image of the country. We already have a past that is far from being fantastic. So if we don't do anything, we will be terminated. Marco and Leonardo, if you allow me to add to your comment to explain the context of Marco's question. Before we were in the waiting room, the speakers weren't speaking yet. And I asked Marco, we're in Brazil, in the state of Santa Catarina, but Marco is in the Netherlands. And we were talking informally. And I asked our image. I have an idea of how people are seeing Brazil right now, because it's not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's the country Brazil. We are allowing that the world creates an image of Brazil. And as Brazilians, we're all responsible for that. We look like that couple that fights at home and no one sees it. And when we go out, we look great. And now we're that couple that yells at each other in the street. And that's what that's what happened. It's very hard to defend Brazil abroad. It's not politics. Someone has to think about the marketing of the country. And so what are you doing at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to say, no, Brazil is not what they're showing. Brazil is not what they're selling outside. Maybe Alex can also say something from Apex. As Brazilians, from the private sector or civil servants, all of us have the mission to undo or clean our image. So it's just to add to Marco's comment. I'm not going into politics. We're all Brazilian. We want the best of our industry, our exports. So what are you doing there to really clean our image?
Marco, Lisandro, most and foremost, I'd like to speak as a Brazilian citizen rather than a diplomat. As a Brazilian citizen, I am extremely upset with what I've been seeing in the international press lately, with the misinformation campaign, the lies, the coordinated campaign promoted against Brazil. That has nothing to do with the current administration or another administration. Of course, that has a lot more to do with economic interests internationally that are very powerful. I am not going to name names, but you know what I'm talking about and who am I talking about. As a Brazilian citizen, speaking as a Brazilian citizen and not as a diplomat, I think is revolting to see what we have been seeing in terms of coverage of Brazil in the international press. As it has been very well said before, they talked about, you know, urban violence and robberies and theft that was harmful to our tourism, and who is that favoring, right? But now we are talking about the environmental issues that are being lied about internationally with fabrication of data and many other issues. And it's easy to realize that behind all of these, there is ulterior motives. It's a huge battle, an unfair battle between unequal parties. On the one side, you have major economic power with a concerted effort by the international media and many countries. And on the other hand, you have the Brazilian government with a limited capacity, even economically speaking, and acknowledging how huge that is of a challenge and how unequal that fight is. I'd like to say that what we have been doing goes beyond the Itamaraty. I know that the president's office is always working to undo and mitigate the lies that are being conveyed abroad. We are always thinking strategically on how to do it with data, with the backing of data within the limited resources that we have available. There are many bodies in the government, many agencies trying to promote our image abroad. At Itamaraty, where we promote trade, particularly in the promotion of agribusiness, but also other departments. We have had strong involvement, particularly in 2020, in the sense of carrying out image promotion action. So we are very much in tune with all of that. I agree that this is something extremely urgent and important. You cannot sell products and services of a country which other people don't trust. So our units are indeed carrying out these efforts. That has been a priority for us in the last 2 years to carry out actions abroad, carried out by our post to promote the image of the country Brazil, actions to demystify what's going on. Of course, one thing is to have a network of 5,000 offices promoting seminars and events. There is not a single smear campaign that haven't been answered by an ambassador, but our capacity is not that huge. Opportunity that I see, a major opportunity for 2021 and the second half of 2021, one of the main opportunities for the promotion of the image of Brazil, and something that's being treated very carefully by the current administration in partnership with APEX, is the Dubai Expo. All Brazilian participation on Expo Dubai is being thought out to promote a certain image of Brazil. And that's what these expos are all about. So we have been dealing with that very carefully. It's being carefully thought out. I think our participation is going to be an interesting one, and it will be geared towards this audience of millions of people who are part of the expo, demystifying a lot of things that are said and myths on the environmental department. So there's all this working of image of Brazil for Expo Dubai to promote our image as a country that is what it is. I mean, we are a champion of the environment that's now being treated as a bad guy. So we are fighting the best way that we can with the tools that we have. I'd just like to add something, Claudio. I know that it's a long conversation and that's not our main focus, but I would just like to say that throughout the world, there are millions of Brazilians who our spokespeople, and I am running a company here. I am Brazilian here in the Netherlands. I know hundreds of Brazilians that are in very interesting positions, leading major companies that, and we don't have a lot of, actual information. We have media information and WhatsApp information. I was part of an event at the embassy here. And what I would like to ask is that, in all fairness to the government, we need materials. I need reliable materials. I get all sorts of things on the internet, and what I get on WhatsApp, the reliability of this information is questionable. I mean, is it reliable information? Is it fake news? So as a Brazilian, and I'm not talking only as someone who is in foreign trade, as a citizen, I believe that we are lacking in information. Perhaps I don't know the tools that are available, but we should have better access to information. The embassy should have channels to disseminate this information, so that when I go into a debate about the Amazon, for example, which is something that interests me, I am directly connected to the agribusiness. I mean, every time people talk about the Amazon, it's hurting my business somehow. So I don't have enough data. I get Embrapa's materials, which is fantastic. And I have been part of some heated debates on the topic, but I think I like, I lack the subsidies for this discussion. I'd like to have proof. So it's my suggestion, an important suggestion. We should have a channel for the dissemination of reliable governmental materials that we could use to debate backed by data. There's Telegram channel, or a channel that could provide us with good news, positive news, so that Brazilians could overflow WhatsApp and Telegram channels. I mean, if we have to deal with that, we should have a formal or informal group on Telegram or WhatsApp trying to disseminate and bring new subscribers to this group. Yes, I'm in favor of that. And something that impresses me, Marco, and that it is a challenge, is how to distribute this information. And this is not the only case. Sometimes you have the information, but people don't know it's there. For example, information about Invest Export. There is a wealth of information that will support Brazilian foreign traders. And many people don't even know that this portal even exists. So this is a problem, an issue that is rampant. We have difficulty in disseminating information. So whatever we can do, we are always open to suggestions, particularly from the productive sector, to try to make this dissemination of information easier. I mean, we are ready to go to action on that together with other entities from the federal government, such as SECOM, for example, which does added and publish a lot of materials. So perhaps we could develop a better, more efficient channel for the dissemination of this information that could be useful for the Brazilian businessman or the business community. Aren't you tired yet, Marco? Because there are several questions for you, but that gives us an opportunity of asking one more question, which is quite interesting because of this large experience that you have regarding Brazil and the experience that you have abroad as well. So we have a question from Ronaldo Almeida from TPN Log in São Paulo. He asks if port terminals, particularly in São Paulo, Santos, and Rio, charge a percentage on the amount of the cargo. So it is as if the exporter was paying a commission to those terminals to allow them to get the products produced in the country, manufactured in the country. And this is part of the Brazil cost. So in the vast majority of ports throughout the world, this is something that doesn't exist. So how can we end this monopoly? Well, you've already mentioned the word monopoly, but I'm just asking. It's not my opinion, but I'd like to correct you. The commission is not paid upon exports. The commission is about warehousing on the importation, and that's a percentage on the amount of products. So when I was talking about the Netherlands, and that's true for all European countries and North American countries, excuse me, warehousing, almost all warehouses belong to customs. That's easy. There's a system, there's control. The government has access to this warehouse, both physically when within the primary areas, and they go in with dogs that sniff for drugs and bombs. So we are always inspecting the cargo that is coming in. They are always looking for bombs. In import, I have drugs that are specialized in drugs, and there's customs workers who also inspect it. So currently at the Rotterdam port, for example, you don't pay for the port terminal. You pay a charge that is common worldwide, but you don't have warehousing fees. If you have your own warehouse, you don't pay for anyone. You don't pay the customs officials, for example, but there is no warehousing. You know, the port is just a place of passage where you're going through, and that's done very simply. There isn't the monopoly that you see on e-ads, and I'm not even about water terminals. I'm talking about the actual port. So in Brazil, to have a dry port would be akin to having a notary's office, a large notary's office. So it's something absurd. It's something unbelievable in a country that wants to develop. So, and another important point, and I've mentioned that before, the export controls here in Europe are with the importing country. So Brazil imports from Europe, and the controls, the quality of documents, of invoice, of bill of lading is between the importer and the exporters. The government is not in charge of that here. They oversee it for taxes, but then, you know, the cargo just leaves. But here, well, there in Brazil, you have a million controls. It's unbelievable. So that makes it more difficult, and it makes it a lot more expensive, what we call Brazil cost. I believe I've answered you, right, Claudio? Yes, thank you very much.
Ronnie, about the recovery, how do you see the perspective of this recovery for the industry? Why it's very difficult to get raw material and inputs? And these are complaints that we hear from many industries. So how is CNI seeing this recovery with these hurdles that can occur? Well, Claudio, challenges are part of the industry's daily life. That scenario that is more complex globally and it reaches all countries, and looking for raw material and inputs, will become more competitive, and it's going to become more competitive because of the large economies that are preserving their productions, and also because of the movement of containers. This is being monitored at CNI, but we've been having a hard time with the cost of freight, and we've been seeing, in addition to the advance of a balance of trade and the flow of imports and exports, that it's growing, but we are concerned with this situation. We've been looking to identify alternatives and propose mechanisms so that we can make it better for the company, so that at the end of the day, they don't lose the market that they had such a hard time achieving. But it's a global situation, and we need to be ready. The measures, the domestic measures that have to be put in place are already in place, and creating a business environment with legal security, making operations easier. What Marco said, that in Europe, you don't pay additional fees at the terminals. You don't have a state influence on the processes, and the private procedures have better fluidity. I think we are going in that direction very slowly. We have to change the culture in Brazil, but if we don't take that concern forward, but we're addressing other issues that are priorities that end up affecting foreign trade, because at the end of the day, it does hinder foreign trade in Brazilian economy. It has a very large impact. So we have to pay attention, and our industry is addressing it in a certain way. I have a question for Lisandro. But first, I would like to thank our speakers that made our event so much better with this round of discussion, and also our participants from Europe. It's very late there, and we won't be able to ask all the questions that we are getting through the chat. So we do have the last questions, and I have a question to Lisandro. Let me just put on my glasses. How does WTM assess foreign trade during the pandemic? Was there a lot of retraction? What was the most affected sector? Thank you, Marco. Since the beginning of the pandemic, especially after March last year, we noticed an immediate retraction of the economy, very much because of the care that the businesses had to have with the employees, and this affected imports immediately. The entire logistics chain of service rendering and services retraction this still has effects we still feel the effects of the pandemic. A lot of things came back, but others have not. Right now, I have several customers that export products and they can't find containers to export. I just heard that from a few of my customers. One produces grape juice. It's not a huge volume compared to other companies, but he's having a hard time finding containers. And a company that has companies in Brazil and export. And also, some companies say they have free containers, but when you confirm the operation, they say, oh, unfortunately, we don't have containers right now, only for June. So we've seen several oscillations in the market, but right now, I hear Brazilian exporters about the lack of containers to ship their products. I've also been listening for the past few months that the importers are complaining about the price of the freight. A container from China going for more than $10,000 a container, and it used to cost a few $100. So the dispute for space in the ships is much higher. So that doesn't affect just one sector. It affects the entire world. I've seen companies, huge companies with global contracts with shippers. Like Marco can add to my answer, but large companies with thousands and thousands of ships per month that were affected. They have that space guaranteed by contract, but that space doesn't exist. So I think it affected importers in terms of cost of the freight, and the exporters for the lack of availability of containers. Marco, if you want to add something, please do. You're a specialist in that field. No, just add to what you're saying. The situation is chaotic. To ship things from here to there, that the shippers had afraid of €1 in a container. You only had to pay the port tariffs, and the freight now is almost weekly and not monthly. An availability of equipment and the replacement of equipment is every 2 weeks. So I'm not talking about $100. I'm talking about €800. And if you don't want it, buy. Someone else wants it, and that's it. And the world has been planting that for many years because you have 3 or 4 large players globally, and Brazil has no power whatsoever in that field. And the problem is not just South America, it's global. From China to here, it's also difficult. We did some operations through the Netherlands and the freight is about $10,000. It dropped to $7,500, $8,000, which we used to pay $2,000 or even $300. So the exporters in Brazil for beef, fruit, are really suffering a lot, and the freights are going up at a huge price. Even exporting by airplane is cheaper. You don't carry people, you carry cargo. And for ships, it's cargo. So they cut services for freight, and then there's a lack of equipment that I really don't know if it's truth. I think it is true. It might be market manipulation. They never made as much money as they're making right now. MACGM, RAPA, Yoid, MSC, and others. They never make so much money. They do whatever they want, how they want it, when they want it, all around the world. And we're in their hands. So I think it's a moment of adjustment. Also, when the market regulates, new players might come about. That's how a free market works, but it will take some time. We don't build a ship that carries many containers overnight. If I had money right now, I would buy a ship to place it in the routes, because the money that they're making is huge. And we just have to see what's going to happen in the next few months. And my only advice is organize yourself and book it whenever you can accept the freight that they're charging, because there's nothing else to do. Thank you, Marco, for commenting and answering about the booking. One of the most affected areas was the planning of the companies. That definitely became much more difficult. I have a chart of Bitcoin here. From what you're saying, it's oscillating much more than Bitcoins in the past month. It's easier to trust what's going to happen with Bitcoin than freight, and it affects the entire chain. So everyone is suffering with the lack of equipment or very high freight prices. Well, we already are very advanced in time and respecting the Europeans. We're going to go to the last question for Vinicius Strela, and then for the closing comments and the end of our event. Apex has been a huge promoter of Brazilian initiatives that benefit directly our companies in foreign trade. How is Apex getting ready to continue to drive Brazilian companies to participate in this new model of hybrid trade shows? Thank you, Claudio. Thank you very much for this discussion. It was very productive listening to all the speakers talking about their main challenges, which is also a way of trying to identify these unmet needs of the private sector and present solutions. And since Leonardo said, our view is that working on gathering intelligence in a consistent manner is the basis for this recovery and a long-term outlook. It's impossible to imagine that you will be able to plan and create a strategy analyzing data from the trade from 2-3 years ago, because the world worked in a completely different manner. The freights that are a decisive factor to build your strategy are behaving in a very atypical way compared to 2018, 2017. So in Apex relation with Itamaraty, we have the possibility of listening to how the international market is repositioning the value chains and defining these strategies so that effectively we are the meeting point of the needs of a market that needs a certain product with the organization of the supply of Brazilian exports so we can map the demand as well. I would like to add another important component, which is the image that the ministries and the Brazilian government and the private sector together show a different country, a different Brazil, with potential to generate partnerships and trade in large volumes. Like Leonardo said, the reorganization of the production chains create opportunities to access niches that didn't exist before, and the private sector in Brazil can be aggressive and brave and able to occupy those spaces, be them through a combination of the advantages that the online world brought to us, but also the advantages of the offline world, which international businesses are conducted by individuals. The companies only pay the bills, issue the invoice, and those transactions between the corporations can be made easier in the online world. But building a relationship and getting close and in the long run go necessarily through the physical presence of people, the traditional mechanisms of trade. Apex is in tune with these movements and restructured its e-commerce program, its program to qualify exports and imports, and also is betting on fundamental events to place Brazil as an important player in the recovery of international trade and for investments like Brazilians' participation in Expo Dubai, the Brazilian Investment Forum, which are key events in that strategy for recovery that uses for Apex Dubai, fostered by the physical presence, but for the Brazil Investment Forum on an online format so that we can reach the most number of people interested in investing. Okay, what I can say is that I'm very, very proud for having such a amazing, brilliant team that were able to answer so many questions. But I still have several questions here that need answers because we have a lot of questions. But I promise that we will send them to you and then send the answers to those who ask questions. You will all get your answers. So we will continue in contact with you afterwards. Someone said you can hold another event. Well, with your support, I will, because that team, they are the best. So let's go to our closing comments, and we promise that we will send answers to all your questions, that we couldn't do them live. This forum was only possible thanks to our sponsors, collaborators, speakers, and other professionals who are part of this. We would like to thank you very much, and we hope that this event met its goals of taking a little bit of energy, motivation, and information to develop your activities. We will close the forum showing a video about food donation, a very important topic in face of the current situation. Thank you very much. logistic support.
Toneladas de alimentos que vão chegar
Tons
à
of
mesa das
food that
comunidades
will reach
indígenas
the
da zona sul de
tables
São Paulo.
of
E em
indigenous
momento em que
people in the
elas
south
mais
part of São
precisam.
Paulo when they need it the most. There are some houses that have a few things to eat. Other people don't have anything to eat, so they will share.
Principal fonte de
Those who
renda nas
have share with
aldeias
those who
vinha
don't
do
have. The
turismo
main
ecológico, mas com a pandemia e a
income
suspensão
came
da
from
atividade, as dificuldades
ecotourism,
têm
and with the
atingido
suspension of
todos
those
os
activities,
moradores.
they
Vivem
have
nas
been facing
aldeias de
very difficult
Curucutu
times.
e Tenondé,
They live in
Porã,
the
cerca de
um,
1.500 pessoas.
land
A
of
Eliane é
Purucuru,
artesã,
500
mas
people.
não tem conseguido
Aliana
vender
is
os
an artisan,
produtos.
but she
A gente
can't
fica
sell her
muito
products.
só aqui dentro da aldeia, a gente não
We
está
just stay
recebendo as
inside
visitas aqui.
our
Então,
village
para a
and we
gente
don't
está sendo muito
have any
difícil vender
visitors,
os
so
nossos
it's very hard
artesanatos.
to
A
sell
doação
our
faz
arts
parte
and
de
crafts.
projeto social da
Donation is part of a
CEAGESP, de
social
combate à fome
project
e ao
from CEAGESP
desperdício
to
de
fight against
alimentos.
hunger
Nós
and
temos
against waste of food.
diversos pedidos, já
We
ajudamos
have several
hospitais. Então, enquanto a
requests
gente
for
tiver a
help. We help
doação dos
hospitals.
permissionários, de
So
empresários,
as long as
essa
we
missão
have
aí tão
donations from
importante
businesses, this important mission will continue. Thanks from the Krukutu chief. We would like to thank you for all the times you've been here. We would like to thank all the soldiers, colonels, captains, and also the special forces that came to our village. I would like to thank you for receiving us, from the chief of the village, the tribe that we are today, and you teach us. You taught us a dance, and we see people showing togetherness. So I think that this is what people need, to be together, to have this feeling of solidarity, of helping others. And if it weren't for Captain Adelino, who is here with us today, he came here, saw the situation, and was able to bring that demand. The police is everywhere, even far away places, but the strong arm of the state reaches it. Thank you for all those involved. Colonel Ricardo Melo Araújo.